Hello, everyone. How are you? Happy Monday. I hope you had a good weekend. It was a holiday weekend. I hope everyone in your family is well and doing good. Guys, it is so hot today. I, it's humid. I wouldn't say necessarily hot. It's humid up here. So when it's humid, it just feels like icky and everything. So I had to go wash my hair today. So today is a very, very plain Jane type of day. Okay, don't expect nothing for me. No, nothing on the face, nothing. Just plain Jane. Got the home dress on, the house dress on. Like I'm just chilling today. But I hope everybody is doing well. Make sure you hit the like button while you coming in. Truly appreciate you. It helps the channel, keeps me in the algorithm. Share this out to anyone that you think are interested in reviewing these old cases that were already solved. And if they would like to come over, they can definitely come over to the chat. Everyone is welcome, as long as you keep it cute and casual and respectful, then you're always welcome. Outside of that, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to remove you. This is what it is. So let me just take say what's going on with everybody that's in the chat so far. So, young Riaz, how are you? It's good to see you, sir. Good to see you, young bro. I hope everything is well with you. Michelle, how are you, dear? It's good to see you. How is everything? I hope you're having a good Monday. Hey, Miss Joanne, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. As always, sis, truly appreciate you. Hey, Sean, how are you doing? I didn't see your initial message, but good to see you, Sean. Thank you so much for stopping by, as always. Truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. James said he wants to hear a joke. I don't know what joke you're talking about. It's hot and humid up. Oh, it is. It's hot and humid up there in Canada. Yeah, and you know what? You're not that far from me either. You're like I think maybe 5, 6 maybe hours, 6 I think. So yeah, I think you are experiencing the humidity as well. DC, good afternoon. How are you doing? Happy Monday. Hope everything is well with you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joanne. I truly appreciate your compliment. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Oh, hi, Christopher. I don't need a roommate. I have a home. I have an actual house. But thank you so much for the offer. Truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate you. All right. Thank you, James. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your compliment. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Oh my goodness. So I'm not going to be burying my left foot. What? Why y'all say some weird stuff in here? I'm gonna have to time you out. Let's see. That user said, "Did you see the podcast that Nick Gerb just put out?" No, I didn't. Oh, it's humid out there in Baltimore. I understand. Y'all like about 2 hours away from us. Hey, how are you doing, Dexter? Shout out to India. How are you doing, sir? Hope everything is well. Let's see. Canada. Yeah. She's from Canada. Yeah. Oh, you are too? Oh, okay. We got a couple Canadians up in here. Shout out to Canadians. Shout out to the Canadians. Truly appreciate you. All right, guys. So I have 3 cases for you. Hopefully, we get through this with no interruptions. Guys, I had to go get my Sony fixed. Come to find out, the dummy battery that I was using was glitching. So I think I have to change the cable. So now I put the original battery in. So hopefully there is no pausing or fluttering or anything going on when we go over these cases, all right? If not, then I do have a backup camera. I have my DG Pocket 3. I can use it as a webcam. However, I don't like the type of options that it have. It's very good for doing somatic pictures and stuff like that. But when using it as a webcam, it's okay. It's not the greatest, okay? All right, let's see. Hi, Shem. How are you? Shout out to Kenya. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. And New Life, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Truly appreciate you. And we have the Detroit Coalition. Hey, shout out to you. Representing Detroit. Shout out to Detroit. Good to see you. Good evening. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So the first case that I have for you is, let's see which one would be a good one. All right, so this one is a really short one, but it has to do with a serial killer. And this is a woman. I think she went on a killing spree. And when she did get caught, she tried to pretend like she was a victim. Now, you guys might have seen this, especially if you're definitely into cold cases, true crime, and those type of channels. Then you definitely might have seen this, but I want to go over it with you guys. This is my first time seeing it, so let me go ahead and pull up the screen, and we can go. Sadir, how you doing? Shout out to India. Thank you so much for watching. Truly appreciate you. I hope I said your name correctly. All right, so let me pull this up and then we can go ahead. Here we go.
The woman you see here surrounded by officers. The woman you see here surrounded by officers is 37-year-old Mary Rice. Back in 2017, Mary and 44-year-old William Boyd had gone on a killing spree, taking the lives of 4 women. Their first 2 victims were 30-year-old Alicia Greer and 39-year-old Jacqueline Moore. Alicia was William's ex-girlfriend, who was doing her best to hide from him after he assaulted her on numerous occasions. Jacqueline just happened to be in the hotel room Alicia was in when William found her. After they were murdered, 52-year-old Peggy Bronze was shot and killed in her driveway because Mary and William needed her car. Their last victim, 28-year-old Kayla Crocker, was getting ready for work when the killer pair broke into her home, tied her up, and killed her. After locating Kayla's car keys, they took her vehicle and drove away. The pair made their way to a local hotel, where Mary would use her ID to rent a room. Since she was a wanted fugitive, the police were alerted to her whereabouts, and the hotel was quickly surrounded. Mary would exit her room and give herself up. However, William would take his own life. Mary was immediately taken to the local police station and put into an interrogation room. From the time she exited the hotel room until she sat down in the interrogation room, Mary claimed that she was also a victim. Mary explains that William had kidnapped her and threatened to kill her if she didn't listen to him or tried to run away.
And we'd like to hear your side of the story. There's always 2 sides to the story, okay? The best part to start off in any story is at the very beginning, okay? How do you know Mr. Boyette?
Mary claims that she met William through a friend, and they would see each other at social gatherings. A week before the killings took place, Mary allowed William to use her washer and dryer so he could do his laundry. A few days later, Mary claims that William broke into her house covered in blood.
And I don't know, I'd been asleep for a while. I'm not really sure what time it was, but it was still nighttime. He to banging on the door, and the door, my door is not a very good door. Okay, you bang on it, and it's gonna open. And he came in, and he had blood on the side of his head, and he was freaking out, pacing the floors, and he had a gun. And
what kind of gun?
It was a small gun. I don't know.
You know the difference between a revolver and
I do not.
You know the old Western guns that have a cylinder in it, like a 6-shooter?
It was something like that.
Okay.
It was a very small gun.
Okay.
And he held it at me, and he told me to grab some things. And then he'd leave. And I was like, why? Why do I have to leave? And he was like, no. So I grabbed some things. I grabbed my purse. And the next thing I know, we're getting into a vehicle.
Like this is a sedan or a van or an SUV?
Like SUV type thing.
Okay. So he made you go in and pay for the gas?
He kept saying it was an accident, it was an accident, it was an accident, and then he'd go quiet. And then he just had this wild animal look to him. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. It got worse as time progressed. He hit me a little bit before I went in there to pay for the gas as we were going down the road to let me know how serious it is. I listened to him. I did what he said.
All right, so far, it's not seeming genuine. Now, remember what I said people grieve in certain ways, like they don't grieve the same, right? Some people can get like, like a deer in the headlights. Other is acting all crazy, wailing all over the place, want to break things and stuff. So people grieve in different ways, but I don't sense any genuine with her when she's explaining the situation. And then did y'all notice how she tried to put in real quick that he abused her prior to going to go get gas at the quick stop? She just had to throw that in there real quick. And I'm a little concerned about that, because if it was more about him being, aggressive, and he was always putting his hands on you, or was it just this time? If it was an accident, it was a car accident, then why would this time be the time that he put his hands on you? Normally, people who put their hands on someone who is close to them, it doesn't matter if you're a significant other or a friend, they tend to have done it numerous of times before and gotten away with it. It's not just like, oh, a big incident happened, I'm just gonna go oops upside your head. No, it usually doesn't happen like that. So let's see what happens. Let's see what else happens. Let's see what else she says. But right now, I'm not buying it.
Says, and I'll be fine.
Based on their investigation, the detective believes that William killed his ex-girlfriend Alicia and her friend Jacqueline before meeting up with Mary. This part could be true, but they also have evidence that she went willingly with William and she helped him with the next two murders.
Okay. Well, let's stay with Walmart. What did you get at Walmart?
Ammunition. Ammunition, 38.
Okay.
Okay.
How much?
Two boxes.
Okay.
He wasn't happy with that.
Okay. Did he stay out in the car?
No, he was in Walmart.
Did you buy anything else while you were at Walmart?
He told me a tent.
A tent? Okay.
Yes.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Oh, all this is my fault. Is what he kept telling me. He kept telling me he was going to kill my kids. All he had to do was make a phone call. He was going to kill me if I didn't do what he said. He's done the house out. He's done love my pants and piss all over him. I thought I was dead.
Wait a minute. So I'm trying to figure out, did he threaten her and threaten her kids before she went to go to Walmart to help him get ammunition for this gun, or did that happen afterwards? Because you went in there and you specifically knew what you was going in there. You told the detective you was going in there to get ammunition. So you had some understanding that something was going to go down where a gun might be involved. If you didn't want to be involved in that, why didn't you say, nah, I think I'm going to stay home with my kids. I don't know what you got going on. I'm not a part of it. Maybe even, I don't know, call the cops, or even try, if this is a friend of yours, right, or your significant other, try to, convince them not to do whatever they wanted to do. It just seems like, it's like, oh, I'm going to go with him and I'm going to get the weapon. I'm going to get the ammunition. We got all the supplies and everything. And then it's like, oh no, he threatened to kill me. He threatened to kill my kids. So I don't understand. Where do you think that the danger was going to end? Right? When do you think the danger was actually going to end? If he did all that threatening before, you think after helping him commit whatever crime, he's still not dangerous? He's just even more dangerous at that point. So I don't know. Swan said the cop sounds annoyed with her. He does sound a little annoyed with her. He does. Hey, William, how are you doing this Monday? He said, why would she help him murder two others if he was abusive to her? Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Uh-oh. Yeah. They're not even giving her tissues. Just you noticed that, right? I mean, she could have felt threatened, right? But here's the thing, like, in my mind, if I feel that someone is violent or they going to get violent, Like that's where their mind is at. They're saying that they're threatening to harm people. They want to unalive people and all the stuff like that. They're going to go get ammunition and stuff. And then if the person's saying that I'm going to hurt you or I'm going to hurt your kids, my reaction, and this is me, my reaction is I'm going to probably have to take you out, right? I'm going to have to take you out and then probably call the cops, my damn self, right? But I'm not going to sit up there and go ahead with the whole setup with you and then think that you are not going to turn your anger on me. Yes, you will. Most likely you will. Even if you even think that I might betray you in some way. You're still a danger to me and you're still a danger to my kids, especially if you know where I live. I'm still in danger. So eventually you're going to have to still go to the cops, right? If this person is threatening to harm you and harm your kids, you're going to have to still relocate. So it's like the danger doesn't stop. That's the only thing for me. Sweetheart said, why didn't she just leave him before he did all that? My guess is because she wanted to participate. The toilet paper. Yeah. If you are with someone who hurts you, you just do what you are told. That is true. And I mean, I will understand women and men being in abusive relationships, and they just have gotten accustomed to that form of abuse, whether if it's mentally or physically, and they just go along with it because they know it can get worse. I will give her the benefit of the doubt in that if that is the situation. But if she's out there or she's being shown with a weapon or holding a weapon, if any DNA is found on the weapon or on the victim's body, or they have video cameras of her buying a weapon or also buying the ammunition, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. All right, so let's go on.
Then he strangled me down there and beat me.
Take a deep breath, Mary. You're up there right now. Just take a deep breath.
He's a monster. It was serious. It was serious. He's serious. He's a monster. He's serious about everything he says. Everything he says is serious.
Okay.
Only by God's grace am I sitting here today. I remember the basement. It kept me in the basement for days. I remember days in a room. And it was dark. And I had no food. No food whatsoever. I didn't eat the whole time. No food. No food. I had no food. I don't know if he would leave and come back, what happened, but he made me, he did things, he right me there.
Mary spends the next 30 minutes explaining that she was held against her will. Each time a victim was killed, she claims she never saw the shooting. She only heard the shots. When asked why she didn't run when she had so many opportunities to do so, she claims it was because there was a second man with them that would watch her when William was busy. The detectives know there wasn't a third person, so it's time to call her out for her lies.
If I were to tell you.
Like, that is dumb. If you really think about what she just said, is dumb. Another person with you guys, really. If y'all are out there doing a killing spree, you're all involved. You're a team. Someone might be a lookout person, but they might be a lookout person for police or somebody coming, in that way. But why would you have a third person specifically there just to watch her? Do that make any sense? If he had to worry about her that much, he would not have brung her with him to go do these horrible, cruel things, right? He would have brung her. she's saying that she's scared and he threatened her and threatened his kids. Do you really think that he needed somebody else to watch you? If you was that afraid to go with him to go do horrible deeds, then I don't think he had that much to worry about you running away because you was that afraid that he made you do it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it doesn't really make sense. You can't be as scared and frightened the way that you are, have an opportunity to leave. You know, eventually you was going to have to see the cops, right? If you felt that your kids were in danger, he knows your location, he knows where you live, then you was going to have to speak to some form of law enforcement, or you're going to have to, you know, pack up your things and get your kids and get yourself out of there, right? But so I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see. Swan says she goes from bubbling, crying, unable to contain herself, to coherently speaking about how he abused her, then back into pity cries. Yeah, it's you know, she's laying it on thick. And like I said, I'm not trying to say, you know, so far we don't know if she's necessarily the killer, right? But so far, we know that she's laying on thick to seem like she is a victim in this whole entire situation. She had no control whatsoever. She was forced to participate. She was forced to be there. She was forced to go to the gas station. She was forced to go to Walmart to get the ammunition. And now, apparently, another person was there who had to watch her while everything was happening, where she didn't see anybody get shot, but she just heard noises. Let's see. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen. I truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. Make sure y'all go ahead and join the Corner Crew if you're interested. William said, women age shelter police are there to help you. To tip them off makes her guilty after the fact and before the fact. Yeah, it's just something's weird about her story. And I mean, I understand she's trying to lay it on. She's trying to lay it on thick. She's a victim, but it's just like, you know, the extra person being there, just only there to watch her, doesn't make any sense, especially if you fear for your life the way that you said that you had to fear for your life and he made you do this. But let's go on.
That numerous people saw you and Billy following the person in the white car to her home, where the white car was taken.
He drove the car.
And Billy drove what car? The black car?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay, and listen.
Except for
listen, you were with them because you guys were seeing each other, okay? Hang on.
They took down the road.
Hear me out.
Down the road.
Hear me out. And then Billy got out of the car. Okay, we're aware of this.
Yeah.
And then is that when you backed?
So I hope y'all are paying attention, which I have told you here and we have gone over. Pay attention to her body language. She is right now going back and forth, right? She's doing this. She's doing the rocking motion, which shows that she is high in anxiety. She's trying to keep herself calm, right? Compose herself. So she's rocking back and forth. She's a little, you know, she's getting flustered. Then she took a sip of the water. We know that gives you some time to listen to what the detective is saying and be able to present or answer in something that seems reasonable and logic to the detective to understand. So all of these things is just a tactic for her, but she didn't really like that question when he said, hey, listen, we know that it wasn't no third person there. It was only you and this guy, and you were there and you actually saw what happened. She didn't really like that. And that's when the back and forth, the rocking of her body started to take place. Let's see. Dajunsky, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Is it all right if we call you David? I don't want to mispronounce your name wrong. I apologize.
The car up to the driveway, and that's when you heard the gunshot?
Yeah.
Okay, so you backed the black car into the driveway where the white car was, and that's when you heard the gunshot. Is that what you're telling me?
I was right down, I was like right there.
Just next to the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I didn't see anything.
Okay, so when you pulled in the driveway after hearing the gunshot, was Billy already getting in the white car? What was happening?
It was already in it.
Okay, what happened after that?
gassed it and told me to follow him.
Okay, so that's when you followed. So
I had to.
So Mary, just look at me and let's be honest with each other right now. There wasn't a third person there then. It was just you and Billy, right?
Right.
Okay.
In my head.
And then when you guys got to it's actually a food tiger where the parking lot was. There's surveillance of both you guys, Billy getting out of the white car and unloading stuff out of the black car. You getting out of the black car and helping to move stuff from the black car to the white car as well, and then you both getting in the white car.
Okay, so you telling me that they have a video of her in the black car, Billy in the white car. They're moving things inside both of the cars until they decide to just both join into the white car. So that means, again, she had every opportunity to leave. She did not have to participate. She wasn't even in the same car as him. In fact, the detective said that she was actually following Billy. The white car was leading wherever location they were going to, and she was following it. So that kills her whole argument of I was forced to do that. How he's gonna force you in a different car? It'll be one thing when you join in the car with him and he's going oops upside your head, or he has a weapon and he's pointing it in your face and whatever. Not like, I can understand that, you're dealing with a different situation, but you're in a whole different car. You didn't have to follow him. You could have took the car and went to the police after you realized what he was trying to do. So she and then you see how she admitted, right? She admitted when he said, you and I know that there wasn't no third person. She said, right. You know why? Because when he started talking about the cameras around the area and knowing that they saw her, they saw Billy, they saw them in the parking lot, they didn't see anybody else go to any one of these cars, she had to give that up. So now, like I said, she's already showing herself untrustworthy. So whether or not if she was a victim, or she probably was a victim prior to this incident, I don't think when it comes down to this incident, she's a victim. She seems like she was a willing participant. But let's go on. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and you see where he gets mad at me.
So like I said, there was never a third person, was there?
No.
Okay. Why did you tell me that?
Because I'm scared.
Well, I understand you're scared, and I mean, the truth makes more sense than the story at this point, you know what I mean?
That's the truth.
Okay. Well, thank
And
you.
that's the only thing that I embellished on.
Okay, thank you for being honest.
I'm scared.
I know you are. I
I've
know.
never been in a situation like this before. Ever.
Mary,
You would kill me. You would kill me.
Mary, let me reiterate some of the other things and go over some of the stuff that we've already talked about.
We found the 2 large garbage bags of weed you guys have in the hotel room. Were you guys collecting money? Listen, all BS aside.
That was his.
When you were driving around, was he driving around collecting money and selling weed? Was he selling drugs?
No, he wasn't.
What was he planning on doing with these 2 large bags of marijuana you guys have in your hotel room?
Marijuana, it's spice. And
So that's all spice.
He's smoking it.
So he not once that during the time you were with him was selling spice as you guys were driving all over God's green earth.
No, I swear to God, no.
Why did he have you rolling it?
He was having me.
But what was the purpose of rolling it if he wasn't going to sell it?
He was smoking it. He
Just
had a pocket full of money.
So as
He
fast as
had
you
a
could roll
lot
it.
of cash.
As fast as you could roll these joints.
Smoking it.
And he was smoking it up.
And he was smoking it. And he was smoking it. And he was smoking it.
so
Every time I see
he was high on space the whole time.
So, first of all, the crocodile tears is crazy. 1 minute she's not crying, she's able to, speak clearly. And then the next minute when she wants to put on that she was a victim and that she was scared, all of a sudden she gets with the and then she goes right back to no. It's terrible. And then I also want you to understand her over talking him while he's asking her questions and just continue to say the same statement over and over again. That is a tactic. Is I know a lot will look at her and be like, oh, she might be on drugs, or she might be going through some form of withdrawal. That could be a possibility, but to me it seems very strategic, because like the whole off and on crying, those toilet paper that she using look pretty freaking dry. I mean, it doesn't really look like it's genuine. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Let's see. Joanne says she lost all credibility. She did. She sounds like she smokes it too. She probably does. Not Miss Jalen talking about she's bipolar. No, Miss Jalen, no. Not the chat lawyer saying objection. She's just bipolar. Here we go. She definitely smokes it too. Let's go.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that you kind of spun that little tale about
Everything else.
the third, is there anything, and you know, certain things come back to haunt us when, is there anything else that you want to change or alter from what you've told us? Anything you may have omitted, anything that you may have kind of skirted the truth about, that you want to get it on the record and be correct at this point?
And Mary, you need to understand before you answer completely.
I'm thinking.
Okay, understand. These questions we're asking, we pretty much have the answers to them, and we have evidence to back up a lot of the answers we already know about. We just want you to be honest.
I'm aware.
And I want you to concentrate on that time that you guys got the last car.
That's it. Miss
This
Jalen,
question
go in the
will
corner.
ultimately lead to Mary's downfall. Mary claims they had parked their car in the driveway of their last victim with the intention of swapping vehicles. While Mary sat in their car, William kicked in the door to Kayla Crocker's home. Mary claims that she heard a gunshot and then saw William running out of the house with Kayla's car keys so they could swap cars. This, of course, is all a lie, and Mary is about to begin telling some of the truth.
I really want you to concentrate on
Happened
that.
so fast. Happened so fast.
How long do you think Billy was in that house?
It didn't seem like it was that long, but it could have been. It could have been longer than what I thought.
Was that girl was she being mouthy? Was she really talking back to Billy?
Yeah.
What kind of things was she saying?
She was like, no, don't take that. And he's like, he was hungry, and she was kind of loud.
And she's doing all this inside of her house?
Well, she had a porch, I seen, and then she had a door going into her house.
Hey Cindy, how are you doing? Good to
And
see
then
you.
you
Happy
were
Monday.
right there on that porch area, or did you actually go inside the house? And Mary,
At one point, I actually went inside the house
Okay.
and grabbed her.
and I'm glad that you said that.
All right, so it seemed like she's kind of breaking down now. She's telling the truth that she actually went in the house. So that means that whole story about you didn't see anything, or you didn't hear the shooting, or you didn't hear the screaming is baloney, right? You actually went inside the house. Now, whether or not if they know if you actually participated, like pulling the trigger, did you help Billy unalive this woman inside her house? And then on top of that, it's just like, why her? Because this wasn't random, right? It wasn't like, oh, they just saw this old lady and she went in her house and it seemed like she was shopping. They saw her at the supermarket and it was like, yeah, let's just go in and rob her. They specifically went in to kill this woman and they picked up whatever else they could possibly pick up there. They had a whole plan, right? Like everything they did was planned out. When they went to go get the ammunition, when he had the gun, them having two different cars, leaving the black car in the parking lot and moving on to go to this woman's house to do the killing in the white car. So it's not like this is some random situation. This is really specific individuals that they probably took their lives. So this is quite interesting. But let's see what else she has to say if she's gonna admit any more.
Okay, because that eliminated my next question.
I did to get food.
Okay.
To grab some bags of food.
So-
He wanted me to hire up for what?
Mary, what, I want you to tell me some more about, okay? Now, I'm Billy, I'm in the house with you. Tell me what's going on. What are we doing?
Billy said I just need some food. And I need the keys to the car. Well, the keys to the car. He already had the keys to the car. He was like, Mary, you grab some of this, grab some of that.
Some of what?
Some bread, some lunch meat, some cheese, some cookies, stupid stuff.
Right.
Stupid stuff. I mean,
And what's Mary doing?
like grabbing.
Okay.
I mean, I have to. He's got two freaking guns. You know, one on me and one on her.
Okay.
I mean,
And you said something about tying her up.
So this is why I don't believe this bullshit. So you really want the detectives to believe that you went in to steal this woman's groceries out her house? Y'all said y'all went to Walmart to purchase ammunition. If y'all buying bullets, that means you could buy you a loaf of bread, you could buy you some eggs, you could buy you some cold cuts. So I don't understand why you sitting up here talking about you went in there and you grabbing food. That's not why you went to that woman's house to do that, to grab food. You went to go grocery shopping in this woman's house, but you went to Walmart. And the last time I checked, Walmart sells food, right? Do they still sell food? I haven't been in Walmart in like a while. If they still sell food, Walmart has food. You went and bought bullets instead of going to buy food. Like, this is crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. I don't know. Sean said, all for some food. Like, I just don't believe it. I really don't. I'm thinking, like I said, I think that woman probably was Billy's ex-girlfriend or something like that. He was mad, had a vendetta, something like that. It has to be some other intent than just stealing food from an old woman's house. Like, that's just so weird. Miss Joanne said, tell your client to stop talking, Miss Jalen. Sean said, he's holding two guns and two different people. Right. All right. Okay. Walmart still sells goods or food. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's go on.
yeah, he told me to tie her up. I said, I'm to tie her up.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, fuck it.
Right.
You know, he hits me and you know, I get to where I'm almost out the door with this stuff, you know, and I was gonna keep running if I could get out the door, you know what I mean? And he stops me there, and he says, pick up that rope and give it to me. And
Kayla wasn't going out without a fight, right? Was she fighting you guys?
she was fighting him. She was mouthy with him.
And Billy couldn't really tie her
I
up
got him.
by himself.
Yeah, and I was no help.
So you didn't help tie her up at all?
In the back, I tied a little bow. I mean, to where she could get out. To where she could get out. Come on now, you know what I mean?
Did he ask you to hold her hands for him so he could tie her? Did he ask you to hold her legs to keep her from kicking him?
No.
Now, she is 100% lying because just earlier she said that she tied her up. Now, all of a sudden, she's saying that she didn't tie her up and that, I guess she left it loose so she can get out. That doesn't make any sense. If you was afraid of this man and the whole reason why you was there because he threatened if you didn't help him to do this, he was going to unalive you and your kids. I don't think that you would really take a chance of tying her loosely so she can get away. Like, it does not make sense. And when it doesn't make sense, 9 times out of 10, it's not true. And you just admitted earlier that you did tie her up. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's see. Oh, hey, Brucey, how you doing? Happy Monday, sir. Happy Monday. Good to see you. William said, how could he hold 2 guns and the rope? He didn't hold 2 guns and the rope. That's another lie too. She knows she had a weapon. But she's trying to make it seem like she didn't do anything. She barely did anything. All she did was just went and grabbed the food. That's what she's trying to say. I just went and grabbed the food. He told me to go grab the food, and I went to do that. Oh, how's your ankle? How's your ankle, Bruce? I hope your ankle's much better. What did the doctor say? All right, let's go on.
He asked her, he said, where do you want to be set? She said that she wanted to go to a room and that she would hold her legs up so he could tie them.
Okay. Listen to me, okay? I'm not tying.
I wasn't in the house though after that. I grabbed the stuff, went outside, and then I heard a gunshot.
Hang on 1 second, okay? I'm not here to judge you by any means, okay? We just want the truth from you. That's all we're looking to get from you, okay? Now, when Billy tied her up, or when you guys tied her up, because you helped tie her up, you said you tied the bow in the back, even though she could get it out if she wanted to. Okay. So, did you guys do that in the living room area, in the kitchen area?
Kitchen area.
So you tied her up in the kitchen.
He tied her up, and I just did the bow.
Okay. And so then how did Kayla get from the kitchen to the bedroom?
Now I have no idea what that, because he'd already given me the just a Dr. Pepper, a thing of.
This girl is really, really, really like, she's making herself look so bad. If you helped tie her up and you said that you tied her loosely so she can get out of it if she wanted to, then why she didn't make any attempt to get out of it? Why I haven't heard about any form of struggle where he probably had to hit her or you had to hit her to stop screaming and trying to get out of the ties. That's number one. And then number two, now knowing that she was moved from one location to the next, she already been tied, so she's not going to be able to move herself. Guess what? If he's holding a gun, right? If he's holding a gun and y'all just finished tying her up, then you had to help him move her to the kitchen. But now she's talking about, oh, I don't know how that happened. I'm sitting up there playing with Dr. Pepper. Girl, please, you was not playing with no doggone Dr. Pepper. Hey, Jamie, how are you doing? Happy Monday. Bruce said, I am fabulously delicious. It's much better. He said he couldn't have done any better setting it and splitting it with ice and ace bandages. Excellent, excellent. I'm so glad that you're better, Bruce. I'm so glad you're better. Cindy said, I find it so funny that people lie when the truth sounds better, right? It does. But you know what? They believe their lies. And sometimes when people lie, they believe it so well that it really does make sense to them, right? Like I'm telling you, the mind, man, the mind is something serious. Sean said, if she was loose, they had the advantage. Right. Let's see. Doesn't make sense, that cop about the snap, right? Yes, happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Let's go on. Let's hear what else she has to say. The lies.
Drinks that were right there at her table, right there. And she told me to get those, and he handed me a bag with some stuff in it. And he told me to go outside.
Did you try to get any clothes or anything too?
No.
You didn't try to swap clothes or change clothes or out or anything like that with Kayla?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
Did you?
I did not.
Was the guns loaded at that particular time?
Yes, he always kept them loaded. I went outside and I threw the stuff in the car, and before I could turn around, I hear gunshots. I freeze, and he comes out.
What in the world did Kayla say to make him shoot her?
I know. I wasn't in there. I swear to God, I wasn't in there. He made me leave with the bags. He made me leave with the bags. I was not in there. I swear to God, I wasn't in there. I swear I wasn't. I was not in there.
Mary, we're right there. We're right there.
Look,
You understand
I was right outside. I was not in there. I was not in there. He comes out and he said she shouldn't have backtalked me. She shouldn't have done it.
So she had.
She's lying so bad, it's terrible. And she's showing all the signs body-wise. She's showing all the signs that she's lying. The fidgeting with the hair, the repetitive talk. Oh, I swear I wasn't there. I swear I wasn't there. No, you're saying that because you're trying to make yourself believe it. You know you were there. And then on top of that, if she says something, let's say the victim, if she says something that made Billy angry and that's the reason why he shot her, you should have been able to hear that. You remember that they were arguing before when you were speaking before, and then you said that you wasn't even in the house. But then you admitted that you were in the house and you heard them quote unquote arguing. So you're telling me that you just left out the room and you grabbed the bags and you're telling me you didn't hear them arguing or any form of commotion and you just heard a boom and that was it? No, you were there. You know you were there. I wouldn't even be surprised if you even pulled the trigger at this point. I would not even be surprised at all. Thank you, Brucey. I truly appreciate you. Make sure you're hitting this like button for me. I truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate you. Jamie said, oh, yeah, she was there in there. Yeah, she was there. She was there. Swan said, I feel like an innocent person wouldn't be repeating over and over, I did not do it. No, I mean, mind you, I'm not saying that people don't say it and that person is innocent. They'll be like, I didn't do it. No, I did not do it. But the way that she's doing it and going back and forth and pantsing, her body language shows that she's not being truthful. You know, that it shows that she's lying. And she's worried. She's concerned because it's not sticking. It's not sticking. They're bringing up, very good points that are holes in her story about her involvement and where she was at the time when this lady have gotten shot, where she was and what she was doing when that lady was getting tied up, everything. Like they have literally called her on every step of her story, and then eventually she gave in and told some of the truth. Yeah, I did go inside the house. Yeah, I did tie her up. Yeah, I did I ramshacked her house and started getting on her groceries and stuff like that. And then now she's saying that she heard a shot, but you didn't hear any other commotion. Let's see. Sean said, me also, MJ, she pulled the trigger. I do believe that she pulled the trigger. Absolutely. Self-incriminating. Yes, definitely, William. And especially if I think that this first woman that they attacked, I think that she had some involvement with Billy. And if Billy's her new boo and he's providing her food and drugs and whatever else that they got going on, she could have been a little jealous and wanted that lady out of her life too, like good riddance. But let's go on.
I just say something because when Billy comes out, So when Billy comes out, what does he say to you?
He said she was an incognito. I couldn't trust her.
Okay, and what else did she say?
He didn't say what she said. He didn't. He just said that she upset him.
All right.
Mary confesses that she went into the house with William and helped him tie up Kayla. This is one of many inconsistencies in her stories that led police to believe that Mary willingly helped William during his killing spree. The detectives go back to the third murder of Peggy Bronze.
When the black car and you and Billy went down and Billy got it. Okay, I understand. And when Billy got the white car, did you guys see that woman beforehand, or had he come across her that you know of, or was it just like total circumstance?
It was just like bam, bam.
So it's just kind of like opportunity knocked and Billy took it.
I guess.
And you were along for the ride on that. Now, when he left in the white car and you followed in the black car.
Look at me. I had no choice.
I understand.
Okay, I had no choice. He came and got me from my home in the middle of the night.
Well, let me ask you, Mary, take a deep breath, okay? He's taking off in the white car.
I feel like he's taking my whole life from me and I haven't done anything. He's never given me up.
No, ma'am. No. Billy is not taking your whole life away from you. You took your own life away from you. You went on a killing spree with a man, and now you want to throw it all on him as if you wasn't out here acting like Bonnie and Clyde. Y'all was up here, out here being Bonnie and Clyde, going in, stealing people's shit, shooting them in their head, talking about we can't leave no witnesses, and riding off in the goddamn sunset. No, he did not take your life away from you. You took your life away from you. Because as a detective keep on pointing out, you weren't even in the same vehicle as Billy. As soon as you knew that he was going to do this, do these criminal acts, you should have took your goddamn ass, excuse me for cursing, but you should have took your ass in that black vehicle and went down to the police station and let them know that what he is doing, what he planned to do, and that you just left him, and he's a danger. You could have did that, but you didn't do that. In fact, you helped him with the first lady, and then after unaliving the first lady and leaving the scene, he got the itch, right? Because that usually tends to happen. He gets trigger happy once you start killing people. People tend to get trigger happy. He got the itch now, right? So now he's just shooting another person just off of GP, because that power, that sense of pulling that gun and stopping someone's life, he wants to feel that type of adrenaline again. And you were still with him. You still followed him. You were still there, even with the second murder. You still didn't leave. So all this crying and stuff is like, please stop. Like, stop it right now. Like, come on. Not Miss Jalen said, leave my client a note. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. She's going to get that work, because this fake crying is a little annoying. It's a little annoying because, you could just tell that she's trying to lay it on thick. And she really wants that I'm a victim and I was in an abusive relationship and I was forced to do all these things. She really trying to lay it on thick. But like I said, if you were in an abusive relationship, that means you was in an abusive relationship prior to this incident, right? If he was going oops upside your head, it didn't just start this day when he decided that he wanted to unalive 2 people. He was going oops upside your head plenty of moons before, right? You still wasn't in the vehicle with him when you drove the black car to go to this woman's house. When he went to go unalive the other woman, you were still following him in the black car. So even if you didn't know that he was going to do that with the first woman, you just thought that he was just going to rob her and then y'all was going to bounce, but he ended up shooting her. After that, you would have been like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna follow you for the next one. I'm gonna go right about face with the vehicle, act like I'm in Tokyo Drift, and drive my ass to the police station. You didn't do that. You didn't do that. Wait, there were in different cars. Why not go that exactly, Sean? There were 2 different cars. There was a black car and a white truck. She drove the black car. He drove the white truck. When they bought all the tools and stuff from Walmart, then they started moving all that into the white truck, and she hopped her ass in the white truck with him to go to one of the victims' homes. So like, it's just like, stop already, lady. No, I'm not attacking your client. I'm just bringing out what we can see clear as day. Clear as day.
Mary, we're almost done. Mary, just listen to his question, and we're just trying to clear up a couple little loose ends that we're
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a little softer than that hand tie you got there. Take a minute.
Take a second. You're okay.
I'm not okay. I'm not gonna be okay.
Take a deep breath. Mary, each one of us as an investigator, we're worried about your family as much as we're worried about the victims that you're representing and their family. We care as much about your family as we do about those individuals out there as well.
Billy cannot hurt you anymore. Billy cannot hurt your family anymore. But sometimes we make mistakes. And we have to mistakes.
I haven't done anything to nobody.
Listen to me, okay? Just listen. We can come here and accuse you and browbeat you and demand that you've done these type of things. We've given you that opportunity to explain everything to us.
I'm doing it to the best of my ability. I'm doing it.
Mary had many opportunities to run away from William, including the time he made her go into Walmart by herself to purchase ammunition, which was caught on camera, and also the time they swapped vehicles, which was also caught on camera.
New details tonight. New video now shows Billy Boyette, who went on a serial killing spree in 2 states with his alleged accomplice Mary Rice, who is also charged in those murders.
All right, Sean.
Question: if Rice was a willing participant or held captive by Boyette, prosecutors say this new video shows she could have walked away. NBC 15's Cassie Fambro has more.
Billy Boyette is dead, but the memory of his week of terror lingers from a year ago. Boyette was deemed responsible for the deaths of 4 women: Jacqueline Moore and Alicia Greer of Milton, Peggy Brose of Lillian, and Kayla Crocker of Beulah. Boyette shot and killed Moore and Greer, his girlfriend, before running from police. Prosecutors say Boyette and Rice then went to Lillian, where they stole Brose's car and killed her. Then on to Beulah, where Crocker was bound and killed, her car also stolen. The mayhem ended with a single gunshot when Boyette took his life in a Georgia motel, leaving Rice to face the police. So was Rice an accomplice or captive? New video has prosecutors saying she was an active participant. Watch this. Boyette and Rice arrive at this supermarket in separate vehicles. Boyette in Brose's Chrysler, Rice in an SUV. They load some things into the Chrysler and abandon the SUV. Prosecutors say the video proves Rice could have gotten away from Boyette and not continued on the crime spree.
In the end, the case would go to trial and all the evidence was presented to a jury.
In the Circuit Court in and for Escambia County, Florida, State of Florida versus Mary Barbara Craig Rice, case number 1717CF00111.
So, you know what really sucks for her? That punk Billy took his life after he went around with her killing 2 more, two more women. He ended up killing he ended up taking his life in a motel. So now she has to face it all by herself. So that's why they need to find out whether or not if she was like a teammate or was she just like someone like, you know, pretty much behind the scene, or she did participate in some things but not all things, and she was actually participating in because she feared for her life. They have to actually prove that for her. So I know that's what her DA is going to try to do. They're going to try to say that, you know, this is a woman who has dealt with abuse. This man has been aggressive, this history of it. Even with the ex-girlfriend, maybe they might have even found a police report or a DV report in reference of the ex-girlfriend that he executed. They'll try to add in all those things to say, you know, this is why it's plausible that this lady could have been forced to do that. But like I said, that video was a done deal, right? Because at many times you could have gone away. You could have gotten away, but you went with him. You got the material with him. You hopped in the car with him. You was in a separate car with him, and you did it at every location where someone lost their life. So yeah, we'll see how this play out. I'm of course, I think she was found guilty, and she's the only one left to tell the tale too. So sucks for you.
16A. Verdict as to the charge in count 1, we the jury find the defendant Mary Rice guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment.
Count 1 of the indictment, I'm going to adjudicate her guilty. I'm going to sentence her to life in state prison. She'll have $518 in court costs. She will get credit for 577 days in jail.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to scan it and I'm going to email it.
your thoughts on this case? Was there or killer? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
So I believe that she was guilty as served. She wasn't just someone who just tied someone up and she didn't really want to do it. She was with it and down with it from the whole entire time. And they saw it through her lies. They saw it through all her crying, all her manipulating, all her using a victim. Like I said, it was very strategic to her to try to say that he hit her before he went in to go get gas. She kept on alluding to that to make sure that her being in an abusive relationship stick and that she was literally there against her own will. But we seen it in the video. The video don't lie. Eventually you went, and you went because you wanted to go, and you helped because you wanted to help. And I still believe that you pulled one of those triggers on one of those poor victims. But rest in peace to all the 4 women that lost their life during this situation. It's just truly terrible, truly terrible. Let's see. Cindy said, I think the judge will see through her ploy. Yeah, he did. He did. Lord, she was found guilty. Bye-bye. Just Play Lady said, lady has the drugs. Let's see. MJ, just imagine if she asked for a lawyer. She might have stood a chance. She could have. She could have, right? Because then she could have had actually took, said her testimony and gave a character witness about the guy who's no longer there and her understanding of things. And, they could have took that into consideration. Let's see. When you hang around bad people, that's what you're asking for. I agree, Jamie. I agree. He said, I look rested. This is my laid back day. Sorry, Brucey. This is my laid back day. Laid back, definitely laid back. All right, guys. So I have another case for you. Make sure you're hitting the like button for me. Like I said, I truly appreciate it. If you're even just coming in to just say hi and bye, hit the like button. If you don't like the content, hit the don't like button. It is what it is. It still helps the channel. Truly appreciate it. And share it out to anyone who might be interested in reviewing these already solved cases. Okay. All right. So the next case I have for you good folks is a killer realizes that he is caught on camera. Okay. So I think the guy name is Elliot. I'm not sure. I think it's Elliot, but pretty much, he got exposed because they had an actual camera that showed him that he was there at the scene of the crime when he claimed that he wasn't. And it's funny because he tried to pretend like, he didn't even know what was going on, what he was talking about. But we're going to see his interrogation with the detectives as well. So let me go ahead and pull up my screen and we can get on into it. And here we go.
This is 48-year-old William Elliott. Back in March of 2020, 23-year-old Maria Best was found dead in her apartment. The cause of death appeared to be dozens of stab wounds. The night before her death, Maria called the police, asking that several people, including William, be removed from her apartment. She also attempted to press assault charges against William. Because of this, the police believe that William and a co-defendant were responsible for Maria's death.
So did they tell you why you're down here? Okay. They didn't tell you. You didn't ask?
Yeah. They said we'll talk about it when we get downtown.
They just told you you had a warrant?
Yeah.
They tell you what it's for?
No.
Murder.
Murder?
Yeah. You have any reason why you have a murder warrant on you?
No.
William's reaction to being told he is being charged with murder tells you everything you need to know about his participation in Maria's death.
Well, I'd like to talk to you about this. This involves a female by the name of Maria Best.
Already off the jump, he's already showing signs of him not trying to give any information or tell the truth. He has his arm crossed. We know that as a sign of being defensive. And he didn't really, he did try to act like he was kind of surprised when they said murder. But, let's see what else he has to say. But it's not looking good already. It's not looking good at all.
Is it ring a bell? So I'm sure you know what this. And I'd like to obviously get your side of the story with regards to her. But I'm going to read your rights
How
first.
you having fun, Swan?
Have you had your rights read to you before?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to talk to me about this incident?
I just, like I said, this is news to me. So I mean, y'all get me for murder. I'm not understanding how I'm getting charged for
Okay.
murder.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can have a conversation about it. Is that something?
So, guys, what do we preach here? Shut the hell up and go get a lawyer. Ding, 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 ding. Right? Or go get a form of legal aid. So they told you upright that they was going for murder. Where he messed up at is I would have been, I need a lawyer. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Murder what? Murder who? But the simple fact, he's just like, murder. You talk about I would murder. Like, wouldn't you even have a different reaction if you know that you didn't murder anyone and they said, hey, you're down here getting charged with murder? You would have been like, who the fuck I murder? Where? Who? What? What are you talking about? You know what? I want a lawyer. Because you don't even know. The funny thing, the detective haven't even said who the woman is or who got murdered yet. So you're not even acting as someone who's like, wait a minute, what the hell are you talking about? Who got murdered? That would have been, if you're going to even ask, answer any questions, I would have been like, who got murdered? Who are you talking about? What happened? You didn't even do that. And then now you look at him and you see that he has his head down, talking about, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm a murder. You saying I got murdered. This is weird. Like, dude, you should have just shut up at this point. Just shut up, and you should have got a legal aid. I don't know, public defender, you name it. You should have just went and did that. I don't even think you should even speak for yourself, but it's just crazy. Let's see. William said, a lot of people call William killing people in these cases. Is there something about the name William? The name is supposed to be protector. I don't know, William. I don't know. I don't know, William. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Sean said, right, lawyer up. Right. We always preach this here. Lawyer, 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 lawyer. Oh, so Just Play must be on the last case. Let's see. Cop Smooth. Hey, I just want to chat about it. We're just chatting, right? Yeah. He was smooth about that. Yeah, I'll be irate. Like, you'd be like, what are you talking about? You're like, what are you talking? Murder? Who the hell I murdered? What you talk? Who got murdered? That's the first thing. Who got murdered? Is everybody, it's not one of my family members, is it? It's not my girlfriend, is it? Like, you those are the type of questions that you ask when you hear about someone getting murdered or someone losing their life. Who was it? What happened? When did this happen? Did it happen today? Did it happen yesterday? He's just like, murder? I don't know what you're talking about. She haunted about what she saw, and yes, she was in yeah, right. Ms. Jalen says she's for hire. We have our chat lawyer here, so you know how she gives it up. And see, they definitely good at what they do. Brucey's the best. Let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say. Now he's looking down. Now, I don't know if y'all can see it. He's looking down, right? And his hands is under the table. Now, remember, we went over a case on Saturday where they told you when a potential suspect who's being interviewed or interrogated, if they put their hands between the table, they're probably fidgeting, like they're fidgeting their hands. They're doing a coping mechanism that the detective can't see to see that they're not sweating or that they're not a sense of stress is coming on them. And if you see them leaning more towards the table, that is literally full blown, like I'm trying to cope and keep my composure. Okay. But let's go on and let this play while I get some water.
Something you want to do?
I mean, I'll answer as much as I can, but yeah.
Okay. So, tell me, what was your relationship with Maria Best?
She was the girlfriend of my friend Michael.
Michael who?
Bledsoe.
Okay. How long have you known her?
Long time, like 6, 7, maybe 8 years.
When was the last time you saw her?
The night that we stayed with her and the police got called and she kicked us out the apartment.
So when did you find out what happened to Maria?
The next day.
Who told you?
Michael Crystal.
What they said?
It was like, Maria's dead.
What'd you say to that?
I was like, wow, like, what happened? They was like, well, we don't know if she got stabbed or something like that. I was like, wow.
They told you she got stabbed?
Mm-hmm.
They tell you anything else?
Mm-hmm.
They say anything about the police showing up or anything like that?
Yeah, they said they both got brought downtown or something like that, or I don't know. I was distraught because I was like, wow, like, so they're probably gonna put it on me. And she was like, why would you say that? I said, because the night before she pressed charges on me and then dropped charges. She was like, yeah, probably. And I was like, okay, well.
So you just figured the police were gonna charge you?
Yeah, because usually when stuff like this happen, like, and somebody files assault charges on somebody and then they drop them, they probably gonna look at me as a suspect. But I didn't think this was gonna happen.
Okay. So how often have you talked to Michael and Crystal since then?
Here and there.
Did they tell you the police were looking for you?
Yeah. No, actually, Michael said that they might want to talk to me.
That's all he said, that they might want to talk to you.
So pretty much he's stating that he has somewhat of an idea that the detectives was going to talk to him because he heard about, I guess, the unaliving of this girl. My thing is, he should put 2 to 2 together and he shouldn't be talking to them, because if this girl is the ex-girlfriend of your friend, what the fuck do you have anything to do with her? She didn't date you. She dated your friend. So why are you still keeping in contact with her? Why there's still some form of communication where you're still, like, you know, in her day-to-day life? Like, she can have access to you within like 12 hours, 24 hours with a call or something like that. That's kind of disturbing too. And then who told you that what's the name or so-and-so was found unalive? And why would they tell you? Right? Because I need to know what was so important about their relationship. You know, their relationship doesn't seem like it was just, oh, we were just cool. It seemed like you started dating with her or started messing with her after your boyfriend and her broke up. That would be like the only reason why I would say somebody would call you and automatically like, yo, you know, what's the name got unalive? Like, what happened? Like, that's usually how it happens. Like, normally, if someone that you don't keep in contact with or you don't speak to on, at least by the week, like you haven't spoken to them in like 6 months or haven't seen them for like 12 months, you know, you usually find out, you're like one of the last people to find out if anything happened to them, because you're not keeping close, you're not keeping tabs with them, you're not a part of their day-to-day lives. So I find that very weird. And that means he also knew that he was about to have this interrogation, that they will want to speak to him. So that means he also knows why he's down here being interrogated for murder. He knows. So why would your dumb ass put yourself in this situation and continue to have the conversation with them? You should have had lawyer up immediately, especially if you messing with this girl. Hey, Flower, how are you, sweetheart? I haven't seen you in a couple of days. I hope everything is well with you, dear. And happy belated 4th of July to you, dear. Happy belated. So good to see you. Let's see. Thank you, Jamie. No, that's what I'm just believing. It just really doesn't make sense. He probably Googled, is it suspicious to ask for attorney? You know what? Everybody's using Google like that these days, right? They literally put in all the crimes and all the evidence they're trying to hide. They literally type it into Google these days. Just leave a paper trail everywhere. Oh, Brucey just asking where Flower been. I hope she's been doing well. Let's see. William said, I am a chef, Miss J. Oh, you a chef? You a chef? I need some Southern fried chicken, good chicken. Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. Oh, she wasn't feeling well. I'm glad you're feeling much better, Flower. I'm glad you're feeling much better, sweetheart. Let's go on.
So is there anything else about that night you might think I want to know?
To be honest with you, I think that if somebody kill her, and I don't like really talking to the police or nothing, but honestly, I think if somebody did kill her, it would probably have to be either Nikki or Michael.
You know how DNA works? Okay. I got a search warrant signed by a judge so I can get your DNA. Now, when we look at your DNA, you think we're going to find anything matching anything at Maria's apartment?
Like what? I mean, you talking about fingerprints all over her apartment? Because I mean, you did stay there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the only thing you're gonna find. Yeah, I admit to that. You probably gonna find fingerprints there because we stayed there.
Well, let's do this. How about I tell you? Like, I know you didn't get on the bus at 10 o'clock tonight. Okay. I know you were back in Maria's apartment several times throughout the night after you guys had gotten kicked out. I mean, I know that you had to have seen that there's a police station across the street.
Yeah, no.
And that there's an OSU hospital right across the street.
Right.
Every one of those has surveillance cameras everywhere. And watch you guys leaving Jeremy's apartment and going to Maria's apartment.
You were the chosen one! You were the chosen one!
You dumb son of a gun. You mean to tell me that you're going to sit up there and do a crime and there's a police station right across from where she lives? And then let's say, for instance, if you did hear gunshots or whatever now, or you found her, like, let's say if it wasn't him, right? Because right now he's making it seem like he wasn't there. He don't know nothing about nothing. But let's say if he later on said that he was scared and he saw her, but he thought that he would get blamed, and that's why he ran off. You could have took her to the hospital. The hospital was literally like down the block. You literally could have carried her to the hospital or called 911 or anything of that sort. So you're in an area that has a police station right across the street from her, a hospital a block away. There's nothing but cameras, especially if the police station is right across the street from her. There's nothing but cameras on that street. It's about like 5 cameras, right? 5 cameras in the front of the police station, and that's not even including the cameras that's on the street. You're an idiot. You are a complete dummy for you to think that that was the right place and the right time to commit this crime and not nobody see that you went to her house, where you hopped in at, what time you hopped in, what time you left her house. Like, I just can't believe he, like, my mind is just like, oh, I can't believe he really thought that he was going to get away with that. He really thought that he was goody too. Like, wow.
And back and forth. I also talked to Crystal. I also talked to Michael. They did not do you any favors. So if you want to go alone on this, that's entirely up to you.
So you didn't do me no favors?
They didn't do you any favors. Their story, their statement about you and the things that occurred that night are nothing compared to what you just said. Don't look confused, because obviously I did not file a murder warrant on you just on a hunch or because some assault. There's a reason I filed a murder warrant on you, because I have evidence to show that you were in there when that girl got killed.
When Maria got killed?
Yes.
Sorry about that, William.
I know you weren't. You've already lied to me a dozen times. You didn't get to us. The police didn't even show up till 12:30 at night.
12:30 at night?
Yeah, they didn't show up till 12:30 to kick you guys out. They all had body cameras on. Everything's documented.
What time? So, okay, so you telling me...
So you didn't get on the bus?
It had to be before 12:30.
No, it wasn't. I'm not lying to you. I know what time it was. Everything's on video. When the police showed up, you showed your ass down on Lake County apartment, and then you stormed off.
Yeah.
Right. That was not at 9, 10 o'clock. You didn't catch no bus that night. You didn't go out west. The video camera from OSU Hospital shows everything.
It seemed like it's showing.
It's right at Jeremy and Maria's front door. It could not be a better picture.
Offensive.
So, is that the story you want to stick with?
So you're telling me that when the police...
No, I'm not telling you.
You're saying the police didn't show up till 12:30, 1 o'clock?
Yeah, the police did not show up till 12. I can show you, but that's beside the point. The fact is, everything's on video. The video from OSU Hospital shoots right at her apartment building. I can tell every time her door is opened. I can tell every time somebody walks in. Now, I know that you weren't in there by yourself. So if you want to tell me exactly what happened that night, I know. Okay, listen. You don't need to lie to me. If you don't want to talk to me, say you don't want to talk. But if you're gonna lie to me, don't waste your time.
Because you're trying to say you put a murder case on me, saying that I went in there.
Cállate la boca. Just shut up. Say, I don't want to talk. Say, you're right. You know what? You're absolutely right. I am not built for this. I don't want to talk. I want to speak to my lawyer. He has too much evidence on you. And the detective, he is so confident. That's why he told you off GP what he was going to charge you with. And he was able to do that just off of the evidence, the surveillance alone. If it was only you and another person that was going in and out of her house before the police showed up, like, what else? Like, if she was, mind you, when you go to the coroner, they're going to tell you her time of death, right? So if her time of death is literally maybe a couple of minutes after you left her house, right? Or whatever, they use the timeline to figure when you left her house and when she was pronounced dead or when she became deceased. Like, what else are you gonna do? You should have just been quiet. Go get a lawyer. Just shut up at this point. Just take that outing. Excuse me. The detective is trying to give you the outing. Dude, you want to just go get a lawyer at this point? And we can go toe to toe, in the courts. He's trying to give him that outing. He's not taking it. He wants to sit up here and question this detective like you're going to convince him of anything else. No, there is no convincing the detectives. If they don't have enough information, they will come and approach you in a way where they would try to get more information than they have so they can seal the deal. It will be a bonus if they can get a confession. But when they're flat out like, listen, we have enough evidence that we can actually bring on charge that's going to stick, and we don't have no problem when it goes into the courts of getting this conviction, they are going to be a little bit more blunt with you and probably a little bit more disrespectful. I'm just gonna tell the truth. Oh, no problem, William, no problem. Ms. Jayla said my client is guilty. Yeah. This is before AI, so it's not been fangled with. Not even gonna fight for. Oh, she's just not gonna fight no more. She's like, that's not a winning case. She's putting her client chat lawyer hat down right now.
And I did something to that girl.
Mm-hmm. No. That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, because I would have never hurt that girl ever.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to keep it real with each other, no, I didn't go in there and do nothing to her.
So you weren't there when it happened?
I left before it happened.
Before what happened?
Before she got stabbed.
Who stabbed her?
Nikki.
How do you know?
Because she was the only one left in there.
Nikki was the only one left in there?
Yeah.
Because Crystal said when she went back over there, Nikki came and got her. When she went back over there, you were sitting in there. You were Nikki. You guys were all threatening her. Nikki kicked her in the face. Crystal freaked out and left. And you were still in there.
Yeah, that's true. But I left after.
So you're lying. You already met. So now you're going to try and tell the actual story of what actually happened?
Before that happened, yes, Nikki did kick her in the head. I left.
Who was beating her before that?
Michael did, the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't lie about that.
Okay. So my question is, why was y'all beating this woman up? It seemed like this woman was getting the brakes beaten off of her by not one, not two, but three, three different individuals. If you said that you would never harm that girl, if that's the case, right? And I'm not believing him, but if you said that you would never harm that girl, how can you sit there and watch that girl get kicked in her face? How can you sit there and watch Michael beat her, another man beat her? Where was your protective, you being a protector, or, you protecting and having care and love for her? Where did that go, that you would sit there and allow her to get her ass beat by Michael and then kicked in the head by Nicole? But you want this detective to truly believe, oh, I would never harm this girl, I would never do anything to that girl or anything like that. But you would sit there and watch her get beat up and not help her, not help them get those people out of her house, or or get her out of the area where they can attack her. No, you sat there. You stayed. Whether you was high, drunk, who don't know, but you still sat there and stayed while all that was happening to her. It is crazy. I'm not liking how this is sounding. I'm not liking how this is sounding at all. She was alive before you went in there. When you left, she was gone. Right, exactly. And then on top of that, his story doesn't line up of when he left. He's trying to say that he left a first time, came back in, and when he left out the second time, she was still alive and somebody else was in there. But that person that he claims that was still there wasn't there when the police got on the scene, right? There's no video of that person being there when when the police got there and was called to the house to see what happened. The only video they showed was you and another person leaving out her house. Because if that was the case, Nicole would be here right now, being the second person to get interviewed in regards to that, if it was true, if she was the last person still there in the house. But let's go on.
We were just sitting there. You didn't have anything to do with it.
No, I didn't touch her at all. That's God's honest truth.
Nobody's ever touched her.
No.
Okay.
The detective makes it very clear that he has video footage of William entering the apartment around the time of Maria's death. The same camera shows William going in and out of the apartment multiple times after Maria was killed.
Why is your DNA all over the rubber gloves you guys used?
Now that I don't have a problem because I didn't touch nothing in there at all.
I hear you, Sean.
All I know is that when I went in there, Nikki was like, I'm gonna kill this bitch.
Why is your DNA on rubber gloves that were used?
What's rubber gloves? I didn't touch no rubber gloves.
Well, your DNA's on the rubber gloves that we found in the trash can. Along with the knife that we found, along with the other rubber gloves we found. And you can't argue the DNA, you know how it works.
You're saying that I had a rubber glove.
Why do you think they were worn on? The DNA matched you.
How? There's no way.
Because you put on rubber gloves when you guys tried to clean up the apartment.
Wow.
So y'all beat this woman and y'all stabbed this woman, and then you put on gloves trying to clean up the apartment. Like, he's dumb. He is so dumb. So y'all left evidence. This is my thing. If you're going to do some stupid shit like that, right? Beat somebody up in their apartment or all the stuff like that, or even commit a crime like this. Even the worst basic killer, they know that they will at least try, at least attempt to get rid of evidence. Y'all didn't even try to get rid of evidence. You threw it in her regular trash can, as if they were not going to go into the trash can to see if anybody's DNA is there, as if they're not going to check if there's any of y'all DNA on this lady's body or in anything else. Like, they are not going to look for, a murder weapon. It's like, I don't understand. And why did he think this was a good idea for him to sit down and have this conversation? I'm really shocked. Like, why did he think this was okay? Gloves, knives, gloves turned inside out with her DNA on it, your DNA inside the gloves. video showing you going in and out of her house numerous of times after when she died. So you knew that she was dead. If the coroner said that she was pronounced deceased at 11 p.m. or 12 p.m., they saw your ass at 12:13. They saw your ass at 12:30. They saw your ass at 1:30 when you went back in her house. This is really bugged out. I don't even understand why he thought this was a good way to go. He could have had stopped this interrogation from the beginning. From the beginning, he should have just said, nope, I don't want to speak with you. I want to call my lawyer. Especially if it was other people who could have been involved with her death, right? Because let's just say he wasn't, we could say, I think I'm going to say that maybe the stab wounds is what actually unalived this woman, but who's to know if this woman had a lot of alcohol or if she was under the influence and she was already unconscious when she was getting beat up by Michael and kicked in the head by Nicole. And your dumb ass just said, oh, I'm just going to finish the job and stab her. Who knows, right? But you should have thought this through. He didn't think this through at all. Let's see. Bruce said the gloves turned inside out, has your juice on it, dude, and you left the gloves there. Take that shit with you. Like, I just don't understand. Sean said that wow was because they found the gloves and the knife with his DNA in them. Yeah, absolutely. The detective told him that they got DNA and he didn't listen. No, he didn't. He didn't at all. Bruce said criminology 101, don't leave your gear there. Right. When William Turner said you're on a camera and your DNA is all over her place, what a Dumbo. Right, exactly. Right, Bruce. It's gloves and knife. Take it with you. Flower says sounds like he belongs on the world's dumbest criminals. Yeah, I think we should give him a spot. You think we could give him a spot? Or he's probably already on it already since this case is a little bit old. All right, let's go on. He doesn't have any defense. And the funny thing about it is it doesn't make him even look good either because he just admitted, well, I would say he admitted without admitting that you watched this woman get beat to a pulp by two different people and you didn't do anything.
I didn't have no rubber gloves on at all.
I mean, you can go by yourself, or you can tell me exactly what happened, and we can charge the other people involved in this. It doesn't matter to me.
I didn't kill that girl.
Okay. Is that
right?
The
Dumbass, right?
I didn't kill her.
I didn't say yours was the only DNA on rubber gloves, but your DNA was on rubber gloves. So if you want to tell me exactly what happened in there, you can tell me. I know it's rough, man. I know you don't want to talk to the police. I know you don't want to get yourself a jackpot. But you're in the big jackpot right now. So, like I told you, we got video watching you guys going in and out of the apartment all night long. So you just tell me who did what.
Nikki stabbed her.
How many times she stabbed her?
I don't know, like 6 or 7. After 7-1, I left and went out the window. I was trying to see it get done.
She was stabbed a lot more than 6.
After 6 or 7, I went out the back window. I was like, I'm not about to be a part of this.
You went out the back window? Really? Because Michael and them said that you ran out the back window when the police showed up.
No, I went out the back window when we was at Maria's apartment because I wasn't trying to be a part of it.
So you weren't there when the police showed up?
What? What did he just say? You said that you said it with a quick Nikki stabbed her. Nikki stabbed her about like 6-7 times. And after stab 7, I couldn't watch anymore and I did. So you sat there and you let this woman get stabbed 6-7 times and you didn't do anything. You didn't grab Nikki. You didn't stop her from stabbing this woman, right? You just leave and you go out the quote unquote go out the window. I don't want to get involved. Sir, you already involved. You sat there and watched her get stabbed the fucking first time. You sat there and you watched her get her ass beat by Nicole and Michael. Like, you was involved the whole entire time. Why are you acting like you didn't want to get involved? How can you sit there, someone that you have no malice, no anger against, you don't have no, you're not, no vitriol. She was your friend's ex-girlfriend. Why would it be okay, or why do you even think it's okay for you to sit there and watch someone that you know and that you supposedly supposed to be cool with? How can you sit there and allow them to get hurt and unalived that way? How? That's not normal. That is not normal behavior. So it has to be something else. It has to be you were also involved in it. You wanted to see her get hurt, right? Something had to happen while you were okay with seeing this woman get stabbed 7 times, seeing her get kicked in her head and beaten by a man. There was something there in the air. I don't know what it was, but something was there that made you feel like that was okay for you to sit there and look. I don't believe that you was sitting there just being a viewer. I definitely believe that you was participating in this whole crap. You did something. You definitely did something. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Brucey. Thank you, Brucey. Sean said now he wants to think, what should he say? Right, yeah. Detective is trying to give him a chance. Is it going in and out? Is it going in? I'm sorry if it is. It might be because I'm moving away, or probably because I have the fan on. So that could be it. Police recording seems to be messed up. Oh, yeah, okay, so it's the video acting foolish. Okay. How big is this guy? 6'1", 220 pounds, and he can't stop a girl from stabbing his friend? Okay, right, exactly. And Sean says, and you go out the window instead of using the door, stay gone. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's what it is. Unalive means dead. Yes, it does. Go ahead and hit that like button for me, guys. Truly appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Brucey. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go on. Let's see what else he has to say.
But
Nicole did everything.
In the morning, when the police got called about her.
No, because I went out the window probably like right after Jeremy left. I go out the front door, wherever he went at. I was way gone before then.
Did Nikki go with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you and Nikki went out the back window of Jeremy's apartment.
Yeah. Well, the night that Maria got stabbed, I went out Maria's back window.
So you guys, after it was all said and done, you went back over to Jeremy's, and then when he left, you guys bolted out his window.
Right.
Because you thought what?
I thought the reason why I left because I wasn't trying to get that put on me like that.
Okay. Did you assume that Jeremy was going to call the police?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want you to talk.
No, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
But I'm not the one that killed her. I'm not the one that stabbed her.
William finally admits that he was there. However, he claims that even though he watched Maria being attacked, he had nothing to do with it. The detective has evidence that not only did William plan the attack, he was the one who stabbed Maria. The detective asks William to tell him the events leading up to Maria's death.
Then we was sitting there, and Mike's like, oh, I made a key, we can get back in. And I was like, okay. He's like, I said, what do y'all want to do? And Nikki was like, well, I want to go over and beat her ass. So that's when we went back over.
Okay, so who all went back over that time?
Me, Michael, and Nikki.
Okay. Okay, so how did you get in?
Michael used the key, open the door.
Okay, Michael used the key. So open the door, and then what? We
went in, she was by the door, so Nikki pushed the door, and Maria fell down, and she started beating her up, and then she was screaming for me and Michael, and Michael, no, she had a knife in her hand, and Michael grabbed, Maria did, and Michael grabbed the knife and threw it like across the floor.
Okay.
And then I was just sitting in the chair smoking a cigarette, and she was yelling for us. She was like, make her stop, make her stop. And then, like, me and Michael was like, what did I say? I said something in the line like, why would you make them do something like this? Why would you just kick out? You know what I'm saying? Like, we had everything made or something like that. So Nikki just stayed kicking her or whatever. And I was like, you know what? Let's go, y'all. Like, it's cool. Like, so that's when we went back next door. And Nikki was like, I'm not done.
So how was she when you left that time?
Laying on the floor, had a big knot on her face.
Was she unconscious? Was she awake?
Kind of in and out.
When you left,
Yeah, I don't believe any of the shit that's coming out his mouth. He pretty much admitted that he set that girl up. For some particular reason, he was mad at her, and the other folks was mad at her. I don't know if it had to do something with drugs or whatever not, or I don't know, right? But they went over there, and according to his words, he went over there with these people to go beat her ass, right? Michael, so he had the key to the apartment because apparently he lives there, and they went over there. So y'all went in there intentionally to hurt this girl. So that's premeditated, you dumb son of a bitch, right? That's number one. Number two, when did it get to the level where you beat this girl to a pulp? Most likely she's unconscious if you're saying that she has a bludgeoned head, like a big knot on her head, and y'all was kicking and punching her and in her head and stuff. So she was unconscious, right? So at what point did someone, right, according to him, I'm only going by his story, at what point, when did someone say, you know what, let's stab this woman? Yeah, I thought the plan was to beat her up. So if the plan was to beat her up, did you need a weapon? Did you need to stab her? Obviously, y'all succeeded by beating her up. So what was the point of killing her? So this is where, like I said, when things doesn't make sense, most of the time, it's not true. You had every intention of unaliving that girl. Y'all went there to unalive that girl. That's why y'all had the weapon. And you want me to believe that you were just sitting there letting them beat her up, and you were just sitting there acting like the fucking kingpin, smoking a motherfucking cigarette or cigar on the fucking couch while they're doing your bidding. No, you stabbed that girl. You stabbed that girl, and y'all was probably stabbing her and beating her up at the same exact time. He's trying to make it seem like those were two different situations. She was beat up first, and then somebody went and stabbed her. I don't think so. I think that y'all all was beating up on her, ganging up on her, and while they're hitting her, you were stabbing her. That just seems more logic. It seems more logical that it played out like that. But let's see what else he has to say. Let's see. Bruce said he sure was involved in the cleanup, but not the deed. That's a bald-faced lie. Right, exactly. Sean said, oh, you are a bad liar. He sure is. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why. It's not buffering on my end. Is it still buffering on you guys' end? Put a one in the chat. Bruce said, like Joe Kinder said, if you're going to lie, you could at least be good at it. Right, I agree. William said he was involved, if not had planned it, and is still trying to throw this other guy under the bus. Classic signs of involvement or guilt in committing the crime, and it was premeditated. Yes, exactly. He's just, mind you, he's not even trying to blame the guy that much. He's trying to say it was Nicole. He's blaming it on this other girl that was there. She did everything. She kicked her in the head. She stabbed her, all the stuff like that. Okay. Let's see. Miss Jalen said the detective said William planned it all. He did plan it all. I was all ran concurrent. Oh, okay, Flowers, not buffering on your side. Sean said it's just a video. My bad, guys. My bad. Hopefully it works now once I play it.
Were you concerned that she was going to get up and call the police?
Because I did not do it.
Okay. So Nikki beats her up. You don't know whether she's unconscious or not.
Because we go back next door.
So you go back over to Jeremy's. And then, and like, Crystal was like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Nikki just beat shit out of Maria." And she started shaking her head like.
I'll try to keep my mic on mute while I was playing.
I was like, "My mother take me a walk," and then that's when me and Michael went over to check on her, and Nikki come back over, and she was like, "Y'all ain't want to be a part of this. I'm about to do her in." And I'm like, "What do you mean about to do her in?" So the knife that Michael took from Maria threw across the floor, he picks it up, and she stabbed her in her shoulder, and she stabbed her in her chest or something like that. So I look at Michael. Michael starts having a seizure. So I help him make a seizure, and he goes, "No." Crystal came over, and she's like, "What's going on?" When she sees it, she's like, "Oh, I'm not trying to get part of this." So her Michael go back to Germany's.
Oh, okay. So
I think I said, it was like 6 or 7 times after Nikki stabbed her, and I seen that blood was coming out of her chest and stuff. I went out the back window and went back over to Germany's. Why'd you go out the back window? Because I wasn't trying to be a part of that. I didn't want no neighbors or nobody to see me going out the front door.
So you go back over to Maria's stabbing her. What's
So that shit is just crazy. So you say you now saying that you didn't want to have no parts of that, but you had no problem having parts of beating this woman to a pulp. You really want me to believe that you didn't know that that one of you guys wanted to unalive her? I'm sure y'all knew. I'm sure you knew. You knew, and you was okay of going to this woman's house and bombarding her and to beat her up, where she's pretty much unconscious on the floor. She's not a threat to neither one of you, and you ended up stabbing this woman multiple times, and then you want me to actually believe that that's the part that you didn't want no parts with? But this is supposed to be someone that you knew for 7 years, and you was cool with her. She was your friend's ex-girl and all of that. And you would never, ever hurt and harm this girl, but you would sit there and watch this girl get her ass whooped, beaten to a pulp. Yeah, right. Absolutely, sure. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Jalen. William said, "It's not from your side, MJ. It's the sound." Oh, okay. Thank you very much, William. Bruce said, "Michael has a seizure. He was more important than this girl getting stabbed to death. Dude, hang it up. I don't believe a word you're saying." I don't either. Okay, Flower, no problem, sweetheart. Let's go on.
What's Michael doing? Michael's already back over in Germany because, like I said, he had a seizure while Nikki was stabbing him.
But Michael's seen the stabbings before he had a seizure.
Yeah, that's what made him go into a seizure.
That's what I mean. So you go back over to Maria's. It's you, Nikki, and Michael. She then gets the knife and starts stabbing Maria. Michael starts having a seizure.
I get him out of seizure.
How do you get him out of a seizure?
Well, I talked to him. He has like the grandma seizures.
So you get him out of a seizure, and then Crystal comes over. And is that the point that Crystal saw?
I don't think she's seen Nikki stab her.
She see her kick her in the head?
Yeah, she did say she seen blood, though. I remember her saying that.
So she sees that she's all bloody, and then she sees Nikki kick her in the head?
I don't think she's seen Nikki kick. I'm not for sure.
She said she saw Nikki kick her in the head.
She probably did. I don't know. Like everything.
So was Nikki kicking her and stabbing her?
Yeah.
Okay. So she said she saw Nikki kick her in the head, but by that time Maria had already been stabbed a few times.
Yeah, like up in here.
Up in the chest area. And was Maria still dressed at that point?
Dressed. Yeah, she had on clothes.
Yeah, she was fully clothed?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then Maria don't want to be involved, so she...
Right.
I'm sorry. Crystal don't want to be involved, so she
makes. Because she said, "Michael, come on," and that's when her...
So she takes Michael with her?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Even though William claims that a group of people were involved, the detective has reason to believe that it was only William and his co-defendant Nicole White who attacked Maria. The detective believes that William was the one to kill Maria, and Nicole not only participated in the act, but helped William clean up afterwards as well.
So it's just you and Nikki in Maria's apartment now.
Right.
And then what happens?
Then, like I said, she stabbed her a few more times, and
what do you say?
I was like, sis, I said, you really trying to kill her? And she was like, yeah, fuck this bitch. And I was like, well, I'm out of here.
Why was she so angry?
I don't know.
But you did see her stab her a few more times. So, and then you go out the window,
At
and
this
you go
point,
back,
right, Bruce?
back over to Jeremy's.
Back over to Jeremy's.
Okay. And then what do you do?
I lay down with Crystal and go to sleep.
And then what happens?
Then, like, I heard Jeremy get up, and he was getting ready to leave, and he was like, where are you going? And he said something about taking his brother to court. And I was like, no, that don't sound right. So I got up, brushed my teeth, and I was like, well, I'm out of here. And then I went out the window, and then, like, Crystal calls me, and she was like, the police are here. I'm like, police are where?
Wait, you said Nikki went with you?
Yeah, Nikki went out the window with me. Yeah.
So did you guys talk, say we're getting out of here, or what?
No, I went out first. I started walking down the street, and then when I looked back, Nikki was following me, and I'm like, where are you going?
And what she said?
And she was like, I'm getting up out of here. And I'm like, why? What happened? And then that's when I asked her, I was like, did you kill her? And she was like, we'll talk about it later. And I'm like, well, I'm not about to be around you. So I went my way, and she...
I really don't like this dude. I really don't like this dude. And most of the time, I pretty much like everyone. I don't like this dude. This dude is so full of shit. Why would you be having that type of conversation with her when you saw this girl stab this woman 6-7 times, according to you, before you hopped out the fucking window like the fucking hamburglar, right? You saw her stab her 6-7 times. I'm assuming, especially after just looking at a photo of Nicole, I'm assuming amongst all three of you, none of y'all know CPR. None of y'all know how to, stop bleeding, right? I'm assuming, and on top of that, that wasn't your intent. Your intent was to hurt this woman, which you did. You hurt this woman and you unalived this woman. You completed your task, which you came over there to her house to do. So all that other shit that he's talking about, he went back to Jeffrey's house. Michael had a seizure. So while Nicole is stabbing Nikki, you didn't know how many times she stabbed her because you was worrying about Michael and his seizure. And I don't understand what fucking seizure did he have that he got out of it within a matter of minutes. What seizure is that? What type of seizure is that? Is there, because I don't even know of a seizure like that unless you're like an infant, right? And even that is quite scary when you see someone going through a seizure and you don't talk through someone through their seizure in that way. Normally, if their body is going into compulsions, what you want to do is turn them on their side and you want to make sure that they don't bite their freaking tongue off. So I don't even understand what he's talking about. A lot of the stuff he's saying doesn't make sense. It means bull crap. It doesn't mean anything when you say, oh, Nikki followed behind you and you asked her, oh, what are you doing? And she's like, well, it's done and the police is coming. Oh, word, what? So you killed her? I don't want to get involved. You see, you was there. What the hell are you talking about? You don't want to get involved and acting like you don't know what happened. Like, this is just weird. It's so weird how he's even telling the story. Is getting on my nerve. It's because I don't understand if he really thought that this was believable, or is this believable for the people that you're around, right? The people that you talk to, the people that you associate with. Is this believable? Because this sounds like straight bullshit to me. Straight bullshit. And the more that he keeps on trying to remove himself from the situation, the more he looks guilty, and the more that makes me believe, even though they said the video essay is now stated that the detective have all the evidence that he actually did the killing, or the stabbing. But let's say we didn't have that part of this video, the more that he speaks and how he tries to tell the story that tries to remove him from the situation, it just makes you seem more involved in what happened to this woman, especially since you set her ass up. It seemed like she knew you longer than anybody else, 7 years. That's probably even the reason why she opened up the door in the first place, because she trusted you, not knowing that you was coming over there plotting to beat her to a pulp and stab her. It's just crazy. Let's see. I'm glad I'm not God. Some people would be having the hot ass from constant zaps of lightning. Sean said he used windows to exit everywhere. It seems he I'm telling you, like, he don't believe in doors. I don't either, MJ. Yeah. Sean said he watches Nicole kill Maria, so you say now you don't want to be around her. Right, exactly. William said this guy should shut up, confess, and be done with it. They have you and you're going to jail. Paul Powell, blaming everyone but himself, deflecting blame from himself or lessening his role in all of this. Right. I totally agree. He pretty much ratted on himself. It's a done deal for him. He should just go ahead and confess, but he's really trying to put it on hard that he wasn't involved, but you helped them get inside her apartment. You was sitting up there conjugating with them that y'all was going to go, quote unquote, beat her ass, right? You knew that somebody had a weapon. You knew that someone was going to stab her. You didn't fight back. You didn't kick the weapon out her hand or take the weapon out her hand and say, yo, what you doing? We didn't come up here to do any of that. And you didn't even try to prevent it at all. But you want these detectives to believe that you just didn't want to get involved in that and I had nothing to do with that. Let's go on. I'm annoyed.
She went her way. I didn't think it would ever come to that. I didn't think that she would go that far. I mean, I know her and Maria had problems before, and she threatened to beat her up and whatever, but I didn't think it'd go that far. Like I said, after I seen her stab her a couple more times, I went out the window and I was like, no, I'm done. I'm cool.
The detective has evidence that William attempted to clean up after Maria's murder. He also knows that William put on latex gloves while he was cleaning up the evidence.
And did you go back in and try to help clean up the apartment?
No, I did not. That's no lie.
What point did you put on the rubber gloves?
Probably when I climbed out the window and I was like, I'm not trying to be a part of this. Because I didn't want my fingerprints to be on the window.
Where'd you get the rubber gloves?
They was already in the apartment because we used them cleaning up. Like, when we mopped and swept and everything.
They were in Maria's apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can't be lying to me.
I know.
Because those gloves belonged to Jeremy. Those were his rubber gloves that he used to put in catheters. You asked Jeremy if he had rubber gloves.
No, Nikki asked him if he had rubber gloves.
No, you asked Jeremy if he had rubber gloves. And Michael got the rubber gloves.
He's lying because I remember Nikki asked him that she had rubber gloves and he gave them to her and she was like, here,
so you lied, they were not in Maria's apartment.
No, listen, there was some already in there on her table because early that day he had gave her some. I remember the blue one sitting on the table. But before we left out of Jeremy's to go back into Maria's, Nikki asked Jeremy and said, can we get some gloves? And I was looking like, why do we need gloves for? And she was like, so we don't leave no fingerprints. So Jeremy did give Nikki some gloves. I'm not gonna lie about that. But there were some already in Maria's apartment when we got in.
Jeremy said he didn't give anybody gloves. He said that Michael came and got the box of gloves and you guys put gloves on. No. And your DNA's on the gloves.
It probably is. Like I said, I put them on when I went out the window. I do remember that now.
So you put on gloves to go out a window?
Yeah.
But you didn't put on gloves for anything else that was going on inside the apartment?
Nothing else.
Even though why would you do that? Why would you put on gloves to leave?
Because after I seen her
you'd already been in there when they were stabbing.
Right, but I'm saying, after she started stabbing her, I was like, I'm not about to be a part of this, so I put them on now.
He's a stupid idiot. He doesn't even understand that. You started off with this whole interrogation. You said, oh, you're probably going to find my DNA in the house because I've been there before, and I was there. So you're going to find my DNA there. So again, why would you put on gloves to go out the window when you have already established that your DNA is going to be found in the house because you were there. So if they would have found your DNA at the window, would it have really even made any difference? So like that doesn't even make any sense to me. And then on top of that, why was there blood on your gloves? The gloves that had your DNA in it. Why is there blood on there? And then if that's the case, if that's the case, right? Then again, you use gloves to go out the window, right? You use gloves to go out the window. Then how was the detectives able to find gloves in a trash can with your DNA in it? If your stupid ass went out the window with gloves, don't you still have the gloves on your hands? And shouldn't they have found the gloves outside on the street or in the alley or wherever else, right? The gloves should have been found in the trash can if you only put them on to go out the window and you couldn't witness any more of Maria getting stabbed by Nicole. So this is what I'm saying, like, the logic don't make sense. The gloves would have never been found if you actually used the gloves to go out the window with. The simple fact that they found the gloves is that you used those gloves prior to you going out the goddamn window. But you're so damn fucking stupid, you don't even think about something like that. You don't even think about something like that. It's just, it's so annoying. It's just so annoying. Miss Jalen said, who is Jeremy? Jeremy is supposed to be some guy that he went to house after leaving Maria's house. Sean said he's lying as he goes along. It's not working, buddy. He's just lying and lying and lying. It's terrible. He's done, forgot the lies he told. His entire story has changed a dozen times. Yes. Joanne said he is panicking. They are on to him. Right. He's panicking. And that's why he keeps on going around in circles trying to stick more things in there that he thinks that it will fit and it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. They would have never found the gloves with blood used in a trash can if you only used the gloves to go out the window. The gloves wouldn't be there. Your DNA wouldn't be there. Your DNA would be found on the couch if you were sitting on her couch. DNA could be found on the table if you used her table, if you was in the kitchen, whatever, right? Even if you use her bathroom, those are the places where you will find your DNA. But those gloves would not be available for those cops to get if you actually used it to get out the window. It's just, I don't know. Didn't really think this through. Let's see, Bruce. Oh yeah, I said this right. Let's see. William said someone smacked this guy. Jeremy, I think, lived in the complex. Oh, okay, right. This guy just driving me insane a little bit. It's just, he's really not smart at all. Jeremy is a neighbor of Maria, right? And he left them in the trash can of her house. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, your dumbass told the detective that I used the gloves to go out the window because, I didn't want to be a part of it. I didn't want nobody to know I was there, right? But, okay, sir, so what did you do? Once you jumped out the window, right? I'm going to put his logic, together. Once you put on gloves and you was able to get out the window, did you now take off the gloves, roll it up, and I'm thinking you're a great basketball player, and was you able to shoot it from outside of the apartment, shoot it into the trash can? Oh God, it's terrible.
That's when I climbed out the window. I bet you them gloves I had on probably ain't got none of her blood on there.
So when Michael and Jeremy, or Michael and Nikki come in here, and they're going to say that you helped clean up.
Clean up what?
clean up her apartment. It's obvious that somebody tried to clean up the apartment.
Well, it wasn't me.
Okay.
I admit I had on gloves, but like I said,
I'm telling you, man, this is your one chance to tell the truth and tell everything happened.
I'm telling you.
I know that, I mean, you are in trouble. There's no doubt about it. But how much of this is going to be you is up to you.
I think so.
I'm not about to tell you. I'm trying to tell you everything that what happened.
So why would Jeremy lie about the gloves?
I don't understand.
Jeremy said you asked him for rubber gloves.
I did not ask him for no gloves. Nikki asked him for some gloves.
Well, there's a big difference between you and Nikki. So I think you would know the difference whether it was you asking for rubber gloves or Nikki asking for.
Why would I ask for gloves?
Because you guys were going over to Maria's apartment.
Right. But why would I ask for them though? That don't make sense.
Because you went over there and helped clean up.
No, I did not. I told you exactly what happened when we went back in the apartment. She kicked her in the head. She started stabbing her. I was sitting right there. I was like, what are you doing? And she was like, I'm about to kill you. So I put on the and I called her.
Hold on, guys. It's buffering a little bit. Let's see if I can get it to.
I did not help clean up.
Nobody's going by you put on gloves to climb window.
I don't know why it's been doing this lately. I gotta have to do an internet reset.
Because why would you do that?
You see somebody tell you
You only been in there while she's stabbing her. She's killing her.
I was the only one. Mike Woman was there when he seen her get stabbed.
Okay, well, all right. Is there anything else?
Nothing else I can think of.
You sure?
Like I said, if there's DNA on the gloves, yeah, they probably were because I put them on to climb out the window. But cleaning up what? I don't understand what I'd help clean up.
All right. Well, when Jeremy or when Michael gets arrested and when Nikki gets arrested too, and this all unfolds, don't say that I didn't give you an opportunity first.
I don't know what else you want me to tell you. Like I said, I told you everything that happened. I know Nikki started stabbing her, and like I said, I put on the gloves and I went out the window. And you could ask Crystal now when
What do
she
you
woke
think
up.
Nikki's going to say? She's going to say, "Oh yeah, I started stabbing her, and he put on gloves and ran."
She's probably not going to admit to it, but I'll take a lie to take the test. Jeremy said I asked for the gloves. That's a lie right there. And if Michael and Crystal was probably.
So body language, he's as nervous as a stripper in church on Sunday, okay? He has sweaty palms. That's why his palms was down. Remember I told you, palms are down. He was rubbing on his legs, sweaty palms. He's getting anxious. He's feeling the heat and the pressure. He's moving. He's like this and all the stuff like that. He's showing that, he knows that he's lying. He knows that he is getting agitated because he's getting caught in his lies, and his lies doesn't even make any sense. So he just he just continues to be like, I don't know, these other people lying to you. I asked for gloves. Sir, it doesn't fucking matter if you asked this guy for gloves or not. There were gloves found in the trash can with your DNA in it. Who gives a fuck if you asked him for gloves or not? You just said that you put on gloves to go out the goddamn window like with your goofy self. Who cares if the guy if you asked the guy for gloves or he handed you gloves? Like, that is the least of your problem in this whole entire thing. You still have not explained why is this woman's blood on your gloves? Why is your DNA in her trash can when you said that you used the stupid gloves to go out the window? If you went out the window and you left, the gloves should have still been on your goddamn hands. You should have threw the gloves out in the garbage can over there. What the fuck? You dummy. Let's go on. He's just so dumb.
Right here, and they listen. I guarantee they'll probably tell you I didn't ask for the gloves. Nikki asked for the gloves.
Okay.
It's shocking how many criminals are told they have the right to remain silent, and anything they say will be used against them, and still they decide it's a good idea to talk with the police. It appears if you're dumb enough to break the law, you're dumb enough to think you can lie to a human lie detector.
So when Nikki started stabbing her, what'd you think? You were okay with that?
Not really.
So you didn't try to stop her?
I mean,
you're a big dude. Nick is a little drug addict. You didn't care that she was stabbing this?
I mean, I did, but it was like I had so much to drink that night. Like I said, everything happened so fast, and then I was like, after I seen her do it, and I seen the blood coming out, I was like, you know what?
You had so much to drink that night, but you was coherent and mastermindful to create this plot for you, Nicole, and Michael to go over there to beat this woman up. You were so drunk, but you wasn't drunk enough that you knew that you needed to put gloves on to go out the window. You were so drunk, but you wasn't drunk enough that you were squirmish when Nicole was supposedly stabbing her 6-7 times. And after the 7th time of getting stabbed and seeing blood gushing, you was like, I can't do it anymore. But I'm glad the detective is finally asking him this question. This guy looked like he is 6'1", 6'2", about 235 pounds. Y'all saw the picture of Nicole. Nicole looked like a 90-pound crackhead. I'm sorry, that's what she looked like. She looked like a 90-pound meth head. He could have literally, like, with one hand, just like face palm her to the wall if he really wanted to get her off of Maria to save Maria's life. And even for the fact that he just said, how did you feel about that? Are you sad about that or whatever? He was like, oh, not really. I mean, kind of. So again, you're already showing that you had ill will against Maria. You had vitriol against Maria. So you still want him to believe that, oh, I didn't want no part of this. And I never meant for that to happen and all the stuff like that. And I would never hurt that girl. You really trying to still go with that, but your actions, whether if you were drunk or not, shows that you wanted this girl to be harmed and you were okay with her being unalived if you're not the one who actually held the weapon. But truly, by the way that he's acting, you the one who stabbed that girl. I'm not saying that Nicole probably didn't get her stabs in either, but I definitely believe that you took a part of stabbing that girl. And that's just really sad. It's really sad. Yeah, Brucey, I'm a goof troop. It is what it is. You gotta do things. You gotta stay goof troop when you get older. If not, the spice of life is over. People must not realize interrogation detectives spend thousands of hours watching people lie to learn what to look for, just like poker players can tell when another player is bluffing. You know what it is? Most of these people have manipulated so many people in their life, but see, this is where you have the level of different level of education, comprehension, skill, and people skills, right? Some people don't have people skills. There's people who are considered gullible, naive, and sometimes we have all played gullible and naive in our life, but there are ones who are consistently getting duped by someone. Then we have individuals who are like literally like their whole existence is just to manipulate people, right? And they get over on people or they have that type of swag or charisma, right? And people just like literally take whatever they said at face value, right? They can lure them in and drive them in. You have those people too. And I believe he was one of those slick talking type of dudes who has been able to manipulate women to do whatever the hell he wanted them to do and stuff. He seemed like he was the one that was pretty much in control, because if you think about it, even when he explains the story, he was just sitting back and watching, right? He made it seem like he never participated. Even in that in itself is so wicked, because now it's like it seems like you're the puppet master and you sent your puppets out to attack this girl. That doesn't make you look any better if you was actually attacking this woman physically, right? You just sitting there watching all this happen to her, like your minions is doing your work for you. That makes it even bad, because it means that you was the mastermind behind the whole plot. So it's sad. Let's see. Sean said he's drunk, but he remembers so much from that night. Right, exactly. Flower said, head full of empty. Yep. Hi, Lotfi. How you doing? Good to see you. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Welcome. See, Flower said, time to change that light bulb in his head. No, keep it there. Let him keep it there. And gotten away with it, yeah. Let's see, like Charles Manson, he didn't do any of the crimes, but he had it done. Right. It's this guy is terrible.
I'm out of here, and that's when I put the gloves on, and I went out the window, and I went back to Jeremy's, and I lay down with Crystal, and she was like, where's Nikki? I said, I think she's still over there. And that's when she was like, oh my God. And I'm like, all right, so I went to sleep. Then that's when I heard Jeremy get in his wheelchair, and we was like, where you going? He was like, I'm going to pick my brother up, take a quarter or something. So as soon as he went out the door, I went out the window. And as I got down the street, I see Nikki falling behind me, and then that's when Crystal called me, and she was like, the police are here. And I was like, police where? She's like, at Jeremy's. And then that's the last time I talked to her, because I guess apparently y'all had her and Michael and them downtown.
Well, you probably kind of figured why the police were there, didn't you?
Kind of, sort of, but I didn't think that she killed her.
So what did the knife look like she was using?
Like a little knife, maybe, something like, maybe that big.
Color handle.
Is he retarded? I don't think she killed her. Y'all are drunk, y'all are high, and none of y'all motherfucking people know how to do CPR. None of you. What do you mean? If someone takes out a knife and starts stabbing someone, what do you think is going to happen if you don't see 911 being called or someone trying to stop the bleeding? What do you think is going to happen? Like, did you think that she had a toy knife? You know, the one that literally is fake and it goes in once it touches someone's skin, it goes in. Did you think that she had that? Like, is he retarded? Like, how old is he? He look about 50. He look about 50. He should know more better. He should know more better. What did you think was going to happen? You said that you seen her stab her 6-7 times and you got squeamish and that's why you wanted to leave. So you said you didn't want to be a part of it and you didn't want to see it. So you really thought that this woman was going to be alive after being stabbed 6-7 times without any emergency aid? He's very frustrating. I'll tell you that much. He's definitely very frustrating to watch.
I didn't pay attention. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just know it was a knife. It was dark.
Can you say it was about that big?
Maybe so. Probably like that. Maybe.
And when you guys got in the apartment, Maria had it in her hand first, and
the knife Maria had in her hand was like a little silver one. It was all silver.
So the knife that Nikki stabbed her with was a different one?
I think so.
So did Nikki bring that knife with her?
No, it was already in the apartment because it was like a little knife set or something on the little sink, by the sink.
So there was a knife set on the sink in Maria's apartment? So I still don't understand why you wouldn't have stopped this.
Like I said, I was drinking that night and...
I mean, Maria was no match for Nikki.
Not at all.
So why would you just let her torture her and stab her?
First of all, I didn't let her. Like, I mean, I could, yeah, you're right, I probably could have stopped her. But,
I'm pretty sure you could have stopped her.
Yeah, but I was, like I said, I've been drinking and everything happened so fast and I was like, I'm getting up out of here. And that's when, like I said, I put on the gloves and I went through the window.
So you think Michael ever stabbed her at any point?
I doubt that.
Don't think he's capable of it?
Oh, I know what Michael is. Michael always carries around a knife.
But you don't think he's capable of stabbing Maria?
He's really an idiot because he just confirmed that Nikki used a personal knife, or she used a knife that belongs to Maria in that apartment. But that means that you knew that Nikki had a knife. You also said that Michael always carries a knife. I think that y'all the switchblade sisters at this point. Y'all all carry knives. So again, like it's just terrible. It's really terrible. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm getting frustrated with him. Flower said he should at least be smart enough to think about paying for an attorney to think for him. I mean, nope. Can't do that either. Can't do that. I thought I might missed it. Okay. Bruce said you didn't stop her, so you're definitely let her, asshole. Right, exactly. Well, Brucey. Point of law, if his prints is on the knife, he stabbed that woman. Right. So now it's about finding out what knife it is and who had. I know, Miss Jalen. I'm telling my age. Switchblade sisters, gang, gang. You remember that movie? I used to love that movie. For real, for real. That's an old classic. His DNA and her blood are on the inside of the gloves. Right. Right. Let's go on. Let's finish this out. What a freaking idiot. Oh, come on.
Right, knife doesn't mean you're gonna stab somebody.
I don't know. He might be up to. I don't know. I mean, I don't put nothing past nobody.
Were you surprised when Nikki stabbed her?
I was shocked. Yeah. Because like I said, her and Maria didn't fought before, and she didn't beat her up, and they went their ways, and it was just. I mean, this has been ongoing with them too.
Mm-hmm. So then, why does Maria still allow her to come around her then, if she's always mean to her?
Because of Michael.
I mean, were you scared of Nikki?
Nikki could be. Nikki's a monster. She could be detrimental.
So did she make you nervous? Were you scared of her?
Not really, but I mean, I know what she's capable of doing.
So what we're going to do is, I got a judge sign a search warrant. I'm going to take your DNA again. And then you're going to jail. You probably won't be in there alone for long. Is there anything else that you think I might need to know that you might want to get off your chest? This is, like I said, this is going to be your one opportunity.
I mean, I kept it real with you. I told you everything I've seen, everything I know. So everybody wants to lie now. Wow.
Well, you started out lying.
All right, but I end up telling you the truth, though.
Well, maybe they'll end up telling me the truth.
The
thing is, if you weren't okay with this, why you would just let Nikki just stab on this girl?
Because after the first couple times, and I was like, what are you trying to do? Like, you really trying to kill her? And like I said, I was drinking that night, and I got discombobulated, and I was like, you know what? I'm not about to be a part of this. So that's, like I said, that's when I went out the window, and I went back over there and lay down with Crystal and went to sleep.
But why kill her? For what reason?
I don't know.
You just be that pissed off because she kicked you out of an apartment that wasn't yours?
She's on drugs. Like,
did you see her doing the drugs that night?
Yeah. She shot up some heroin.
Was that her drug of choice?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever she has?
That too. Crystal meth.
All right, I just need to tell you, have back a little bit. Just relax your mouth. I'm going to get inside your cheek. Because my guess would be, when Nikki comes in here, she going to put it on you.
I already know. But that's trick no good, though, because she ain't going to be able to. Because if you ask Crystal what time I came and laid down with her, because she woke up as soon as I laid down, she was like, where you been? I was like, I just left Maria's. I said, Nikki's still over there. So whatever time it was that I woke Crystal up, she could tell you exactly that Nikki didn't come back with me. I guarantee you that's what Crystal will tell you. And no, Michael was still up, because Michael was on his phone.
In the end, prosecution was able to show the jury enough evidence to prove that William was the killer and Nicole assisted him in killing Maria. William would get life without parole for aggravated murder, burglary, and kidnapping. His co-defendant, Nicole, would get 11 years for her part in the crime. What are your thoughts on this case? Please share them in the comments below.
So if Nicole got 11 years and he got life in prison. That means he made the whole thing up. It seemed that Nicole just helped clean up the scene of the crime. She probably did beat her up though, like, you know, kicked her in the head like he said, but she didn't stab her. Because if that was the case, then she would have gotten more time than 11 years. So that was something that they proved. But serve him right. Serve him right. I mean, tell you the truth, I do think that Nicole should have got more time just because of the simple fact that they all came over there with the intentions to harm and unalive this woman. I think that she should have got more time, but she didn't actually stab this woman. So the courts, the courts played it out the way that they did. They definitely wanted to make sure that they gave him they got him though. That's what they wanted to make sure. They definitely want to make sure that they got him, especially how everything lined up, that the only friendship connection that the reason why you even know Maria, how long you knew Maria, why you was upset with her, because apparently she got you kicked out your house because of drugs or something, kicked out of her apartment because of drugs. So they go to the tent. We all know what the weapon was, and we all know the means and the opportunity. You came over there acting like a friend, probably just smoke and drink together, and she ended up losing her life. Prayers to that girl Maria. She didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve that at all. Now William said, I look too young to remember. I'm not young, William. I'm not young. I remember the Switchblade Sisters. Yes, I do. I do. Flower said, do not pass go. Bruce said, I know what she's capable of doing. They fought before several times, so why did you even bring her there to begin with if there was bad blood in the first place? Right, he brought her there because he wanted her to help do his dirty work. That's what it was. To establish if he actually stabbed her, as he says, it was Nicole whoever prints on the knife killed Maria. And now it seems that it was just literally his prints and only his prints. Miss Jalen said, they swabbed you, fool. Right. Sean said, is Crystal Williams' girlfriend? Yes. Or whoever he's shacking up with. That's who that's who he's talking about. Bruce said, now you get 8x10 cell or 8x10 cell with a foam mattress, grits and jelly for breakfast, and a sandwich on Sundays. They still give sandwiches on Sundays? But why did he delete her? He was mad and he was angry. Nicole only got 11 years. Yep. Nicole is definitely an addict. You could tell. You could definitely tell. Nicole got after the facts, maybe. Right. I think she did, like I said, I think she just did the cleaning up. And maybe she probably helped beat her up, but she didn't stab him. And DNA. Right. They didn't even mention Michael, if Michael even got anything. They all should have got life in prison. They killed someone with premeditation. Yeah, I agree. That's what I believe, William. That's what should have happened. But, the law of the land stands. It is what it is. Sean said, I don't remember the Switchblade Sisters movie or series. It's a movie. I think it was back in the 1970s. All right, good folks. I have one more for you, and then we're going to wrap this up, and I'm going to let you good folks go ahead and enjoy your Monday evening. So just make sure you're hitting the like button for me. Truly appreciate it. Helps the channel. Or you can hit dislike. It is what it is. Share this out to anyone who likes to review these cases with me, or if they feel like, if they like to chat in the chat with other people who are interested in these cases, tell them to come on, stop on by. All is welcome as long as you keep it cute, respectful, and cordial in the chat. You're all welcome. Any disrespect to my mods, any disrespect to my other fellow subscribers, any racist remarks, I don't do political talk here. Not yet. That will come down in the pipeline, but I don't do political talk here now or nothing. So like I said, as long as you stay within the lines, you're okay. But once you get out of pocket, we don't discuss nothing with you. We will block you like you don't exist, because you don't exist, and we will move the hell on. Okay. All right. So the last case that I have for you good folks is about a killer boyfriend realizes his secret is caught on camera. So this one was very interesting to me when I was looking for some cases for today. So let me go ahead and view this with you guys. I didn't see it yet, so I'm going to view it with you. And here we go.
Do you care for her a lot? I'm here to do whatever I can to help. All right, so where is she?
This is North Pridgeon. For the last 24 hours, police have been desperately trying to find his missing girlfriend, Teresa. But as soon as they discover surveillance footage, they will realize that sitting in front of them is not a concerned boyfriend, but a cold-blooded killer.
This video recorded on their camera Sunday showed a man and a woman heading toward the pond. 20 minutes later, the man was walking in the opposite direction, alone, with neither a shirt nor shoes.
You see how that looks, right? You killed her and threw her in a lake.
Late into the night on September 26, 2021, in Jacksonville, Florida, 27-year-old Teresa Gorchika's friends and family were beginning to panic. Earlier that evening, she had seemingly vanished after going to visit the home of her on-again, off-again partner, North Pridgeon. Teresa, an artist and music lover, cared deeply about those around her and always stayed in touch, which is why immediately her lack of contact set off alarm bells. In the early morning hours of September 27th, less than 24 hours after her disappearance, detectives had already begun questioning those closest to her. And all that questioning led them right to North Pridgeon, who agreed to come in voluntarily.
Hey man, I'm Detective Lee. This is my partner, Detective Barnhart. Your name is it North?
North Samuel Cole Bridge.
North Samuel Cole Bridge. What do you go by?
North.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
September 24th, 1993.
September 24th?
Yes, sir.
93. Oh, you just had a birthday, huh?
Yep.
Okay. And what is your current address?
She definitely seems so. She seemed kind in her photos.
At your parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, North, it's my understanding is you came down here on your own free will to help us
Of course.
find Teresa, right?
Right.
Now, what's your relationship to her?
Boyfriend slash close friend slash just, just family kind of.
All right, Cole, can you, North, can you read and write?
Yes, very well.
All right, what's the highest level of education you had?
High school diploma.
High school? Where'd you go to high school?
Sandalwood.
Sandalwood. And are you currently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Just marijuana, but it's pretty much faded away by now.
When was the last time you smoked some weed?
4 hours ago, roughly.
But no alcohol?
No, sir.
All right, cool.
The detective read North his rights, assuring him that he's not in any trouble.
All right, so you said you and Teresa are boyfriend, girlfriend?
Tell you the truth, I think that he's lying that he only does marijuana. I think if anything, he does laced marijuana. That's what a lot of people do today. They lace their weed with PCP and all that stuff like that. So, or they dip it in that, I forgot, K2 and shit like that. So, because it seems like he's kind of like going through withdrawals now when he was speaking. I mean, yes, he was defensive. He had his arms crossed, but the way how he's talking, kind of like slow and kind of like lagging, he doesn't even sound like he's sad that his girlfriend slash friend slash family member has been brutally unalived, right? He doesn't even sound that way. He just sounds more like laggy, right? Like he's tired, like he's sleepy. So I don't know. I don't buy it that he's only just doing marijuana. I don't buy that at all. Let's see. Bruce said might have been dirt weed, the 80s. Yeah, I mean, that could be true. Could be dirt weed. Could be dirt weed. Yeah. Fernandez? Oh, no. Fentanyl? Yeah, maybe fentanyl. Yeah. Yes, cocaine and meth and fentanyl. Yeah. K2 is another story. Man, listen, when I was working in the prisons, that K2, seeing individuals on that was some scary shit. Watching people on that. I don't know why they do it, but oh well. Seems pretty out of it by demeanor. Yeah, he does. Let's go on.
Yeah, I mean, we try not to label it.
Try not to label it. How long have y'all been in this relationship?
About 2 months now.
About 2 months?
Mm-hmm. I've known her for quite a while though.
How long have you known
her? Since 2009.
Since 2009?
Yes, sir.
How'd y'all meet?
Well, we got to really know each other through a mutual friend about a year and a half, 2 years ago.
How'd you meet her in 2009 though? Did you go to school together? Or?
No, I had a friend that knew her, so I knew of her at the time, so I didn't really like
But you said about a year ago is when somebody kind of introduced y'all.
Right.
Okay. And who was that introduced y'all?
Roger.
Roger?
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys just kind of remained friends and then...
Yeah.
Like...
Good chemistry, you know.
And then so it's about, you said 2 months ago is when y'all started, I guess, dating, quote unquote, if you will.
Yeah.
So when was the last time you spoke to her?
I want to say between 1 and 2 o'clock, roughly, in the afternoon today, roughly.
On Sunday? Okay. And did you speak to her in person, over the phone?
In person.
In person?
Yes, I have.
Where were you guys at?
At my house.
At your
It was
house
so
on Wilson?
annoying. The serenading.
Oh my God. She usually comes over. Every day, every other day.
And you said that was between 1 and 1:30?
Roughly.
Did she come over, or was she already there?
I had ordered her a lift over.
You had ordered her a lift to come over to your house? So you order her a lift, and then she gets to your house between like 1 and 1:30?
No, she came over way earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Came over around like 10, 9:30.
Bruce, go to the corner. Go in the corner, Bruce.
So you guys
don't take my word like verbatim on that, because
Yeah,
this is just
I
a normal
think
day.
that-
Normal day for
They
us,
haven't
you know,
really
we don't really keep
no,
track of
they
every
just
second.
really-
We're just trying to get a ballpark.
Right.
So about 10 a.m. she gets about your house, right? You guys are just, hanging out?
Lord, Bruce, go to the corner.
Do you need me to go into the details?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, a lot of the time we just listen to music, you know, we do intimate things, we dance, and we smoke a little bit, and we eat.
Does Teresa have a phone?
She does not.
She does not?
No, I've been urging her to get a job, and, you know, I'll tell her, I'll help you, like, with money, you know, if that's the case, but I know better than to do everything for somebody, and I understand how that ends up playing out, so.
How do you get a hold of her then if she doesn't have a phone?
She has a laptop on Facebook, which she's on 24/7 while she's at the house, and she'll message me, and we'll make up a plan, and she'll be like, okay, I'm on my way, or okay, I'm ready, you know, stuff like that. And
Is that what you did today? Is you sent her a message on Facebook?
So that's very important detail right there, right? Because he said that the only way that he can get access to her, because she doesn't have a cell phone, is she used her laptop, and she'll get on Facebook Messenger and they'll talk from there to link up or go meet up somewhere or something like that through his phone. So that's important. If they have confiscated his phone, or if they have already confiscated her laptop, they can put together when was the last time that they spoke on Facebook Messenger, and whether or not, if they were supposed to link up, was he the last person that she was supposed to see, that day, the day that she lost her life. So, I mean, that's a very important detail. Very important detail. I don't know if he knows how important that is, but let's go on. Okay, yeah, no problem. Brucey, go fill that coffee. Let's go on.
Did she bring that laptop with her to your house?
No, that's her father's laptop, and she always leaves it at home.
North somehow is completely unaware that he's just dug himself into a hole by disclosing that Teresa doesn't have a phone and didn't bring her laptop to his house. Because the instant detectives look at her Facebook, they're going to know that there's no way she was at North's house when he claims that she was. At 12:42 p.m., Teresa posted this status. Now, I'm no expert, but those don't sound like posts made by someone who is thrilled to be in an unlabeled relationship. Teresa made multiple posts with song lyrics from 6 a.m. to 12:42.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Like I said, I did not see this. I did not review this. But like I said, that was a very important detail, because now when they go back and check her messages and look what they found. They found that they weren't seeing eye to eye. Apparently she was a girlfriend that he wasn't even claiming to be his, be his girl. She wanted more. She was down and out. She was sad, that the relationship wasn't moving the way that she wanted it to move. That's like building more intent, right? Because then you could see the things that he was saying to her as well. And then on top of that, when he just said that she didn't even bring her computer to his house, so that means she wasn't even there at your house. That means I had to meet up or link up somewhere. Yeah, Miss Jalen's back. Woohoo! Woohoo! Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Which, according to North, means she must have been at home, despite his claims that she was at his house from the mid-morning until 1:30-ish. Then there's this photo, which she posted at 1:31 p.m. when she was supposedly just leaving his home. It appears that she responded to a now deleted comment that North made. Now, Facebook comments aren't exactly the most damning evidence, but surveillance footage is, and the police aren't far from finding that.
So you said you spoke to her between 1 and 1:30, so where did she go from there?
She was supposed to be going home.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was she supposed to get home?
She was walking home, I insisted on ordering another lift, but she's so humble, she feels bad, and she just really said, no, let me walk, we need to save money, this and that, so.
So she left your house and walked?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical for her to?
All right, I have to stop again. This guy is retarded a little bit, right? So if she took a lift, or did you go pick her up? I don't know, but obviously it seemed like you didn't go pick her up. You said that you didn't mind paying for another lift. That means she took a lift to your house. If she took a lift to your house, I mean, I know, the youth is a little bit lazy, right? We like to be driven everywhere, but if that's the case, she lives quite a distance from your house. She's not right down the block. So she took a lift to get to your house. It doesn't make sense that she's leaving your house and she's going to walk back. And if this is supposed to be your girl, your friend, your family member, why would you have she was just, and mind you, she was supposed to be at your house smashing, smoking weed, listening to music and TV and stuff. Why would you allow her to go home by herself? Why didn't you just walk her back? Right? Why don't you say, oh, I'll walk you back, or I'll walk you halfway? It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you just let her leave like that? Someone that you are in, like you feel like you care about them intimately in that type of way, they're more concerned about your well-being. They want you to literally come to their home the way that you, literally leave their home the way that you came to their home. So if they picked you up, most of the time they're going to drop you off, right? Unless it's been established earlier on that you're going to find some other way of some other, transportation to get home. But you just let her just quote unquote just leave at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning and walk home? Like that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. Sean said Lyft, so he doesn't drive either. I guess so. 2:30 in the morning would have walked her. Right, exactly. It just doesn't make any sense if you're going to allow her to leave.
Walk home from your house?
No, not typically. She does walk home a lot, you know, from Zach's home into Zach's home. That is the person I try to, you know, not be around so much, not be lying so much with.
And who's Zach?
Is somebody who she cousin, who she admitted to me last night. It was then said, guess what? Zach finally admitted that he was my cousin, and it's someone she has sexual relationships with. So it's very tricky. She's a clinically insane person, if you will.
All right, so there goes another red flag from this horrible, horrible boyfriend. So now you're talking about this cousin that she supposedly had, that she had a relationship with, and she didn't know that that was her cousin. But I guess now she told him last night that Zach, that she used to mess around with, is her cousin. Now I always find it as a red flag when you start throwing up other people so quickly into this conversation, and you try to narrate your explanation about what happened that night on the basis of the character witness of another individual that should not be involved right now, right? Because unless she met up with Zach that night, or you knew that she was supposed to meet up with Zach that night or talk to Zach that night after confirming that, they're actually related, then I don't understand what was the whole point of bringing up Zach, right? What was the point of bringing him up? That doesn't mean anything. She left your house at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. You let her walk home. And like going back to what Flower says, I'm in agreement. I would have had let her stay. What's the point, right? What was the point of her leaving your house? If y'all was over there for hours and it was so late, you might as well just let her spend the night over, right? Might as well. She don't got no job, according to you. You said that she don't got no jobs. I don't understand. Like, what was she going? What was she needed to get home so early for? She stayed that late. But yeah, I don't like when they start throwing in other people like that. That's always seemed like a red flag to me, because it's like you're literally trying to now push another narrative. You want the detectives to start looking and asking questions about Zach. Now you're also talking about Zach has mental issues. He could be schizophrenic or whatever not that he's about to say. So you have all this detail about Zach, and now the detectives can't ask you the questions more about the questions in depth. What did you do after she left your house? Did she call you and contact you on her computer to let you know, hey, I made it home? Where's that message? Did you receive a message from your phone from her to let you know that she got home safe or anything? Right? So to me, it's a red flag when anyone does that. And I'm sure the detectives look at it as a red flag too, because it's like, again, what does Zach have to do with anything if the last person that she was seen with and was supposed to be with was you, and you the one who supposedly let her walk out your house to go walk home at 2 o'clock in the morning? That's just crazy. Let's see. Bruce said, but being Gen X, I'm cut from a different cloth. I agree. Millennium just don't get us at all. Some don't, Flower. So now she's crazy, right? Exactly. He's saying that her cousin is crazy. He's now saying that the cousin Zach has mental issues. Like, I don't understand. What do that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? But let's go on.
So she has bipolar, borderline personality, schizophrenia. You can name the list. great person, great human, worth the time and energy and the investment, but those are the facts if that's what you're looking for.
So she's known to do ice. Have you seen her do ice before? Do you do it with her? Okay.
I did it with her on a couple times because I discouraged her from doing it so many times that I felt like a hypocrite, and I said, you know what?
You see that bullshit? What did he tell the detective before? He told the detective that he only do marijuana. He don't drink. Now he's talking about the drug called ice. And now they asked him, have he ever done it with her? And he said he did it a couple of times because he used to scold her about it and try to get her to stop doing it. And he felt bad and guilty for scolding her for doing ice. So he decided to do it with her a couple of times. So like I said, I knew, and I sensed that he was on other drugs than just marijuana. I said that from the beginning. And now he just confirmed it. He's been doing ice. Flower said, now he's going to start accusing her of mental flaws. Here goes the berating, right? All the bad things. She got problems, issues. She's schizo. She got social issues, everything under the sun. Yeah, she was a real catch, right? But that ain't stop you from wanting to be with her. Let's go on.
I'll do it so I know what it feels like for you. And then I did it, and I told her, hey, you don't need it. I don't want you on this stuff. It's a waste of money. And I mean, the high is just kind of paranoid.
Right, exactly,
if anything.
Sean.
It explains why you kind of, tweak out and act a little paranoid at times.
Has she been that way with you, where she's acting all paranoid?
No, she's done it once or twice, but usually I'm able to like hug her and calm her down, and she'll smile and realize that it's everything.
Y'all didn't do any ice today?
Actually not, sir.
Or I guess when y'all were hanging out earlier. No, just smoke some weed. And weed doesn't make her like act any kind of way.
She actually tries to stay away from weed because she doesn't like the way it feels, and she didn't smoke any weed today. I smoked like 1 or 2 hits. It's not a real big thing in my life anymore at this point.
Do you do anything besides weed?
No, sir.
You don't have a preference on, you said ice is her thing. You don't have a...
No, I drink every now and then.
Yeah,
but
just drinking and weed?
Yeah.
How many times did you do ice with her?
2 times.
Oh, now now is weed and drinking. You said that you didn't do alcohol before. Now you do alcohol. You said that you only smoke marijuana, but you did do ice with this girl, and you did it more than once. Like, you just telling on yourself. It's like every other question, you're contradicting yourself. And I don't even think he sees that he's contradicting himself. Did he forget that you just said that you just smoke and you don't do anything else? Now is, I smoke and I do, I drink alcohol from time to time. But that one time in band camp, me and my boo, she likes to smoke ice, and I had to do it a couple times with her because I felt guilty. I felt guilty that I was scolding her, not wanting her to hurt herself. Give me a break. And she doesn't look like she does ice. She doesn't look like it at all, according to the picture. Now, I don't know how she looked when they found her or anything like that. And in these video essays, they're not going to show us that. But in her actual picture that they got, from the family, she doesn't look like a person who does ice. She doesn't. Let's see. Right, 2 times with the ice, probably fentanyl too. Right, exactly. If he knows that she's bipolar, those drugs would flip her the F out. Lithium and meth. Right, exactly. So again, if you know that you're doing ice with her, you know that she does ice, you know that she doesn't like to smoke marijuana, which I find that's really weird. You don't like how marijuana makes you feel, but you're okay with how ice and fentanyl and all that stuff makes you feel. Okay, whatever, But if again, you allow your woman, your girlfriend that you're not claiming, but she's a friend, and she's a family, like you look at her as family, you allowed her to be, I guess, under the influence of drugs, narcotics, and you said that she's bipolar, you said that she be having spells, she be agitated, very acting all anxiety and all the stuff like that, spooking out sometimes. Why would you allow someone who has all that going on? You called her schizophrenic, you said that she was bipolar, all that. Why would you allow that person to walk home by themselves at 2:00 in the morning? If you know that she smoked meth when she was with you at the house chilling, and you know how she acts when she's under those type of drugs, why would you allow that person to walk home early in the morning at 2:00 by themselves? And she doesn't live right around the corner. She's not 3 houses down. She has to work a certain amount of distance that it makes sense for you to call a Lyft. Boy, this dude. He does. Flower said he doesn't do any drugs, but he tries them all. Right, exactly. Hey, boss, how you doing? Good to see you. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good Monday. Let's go on. This guy is a joke.
Just 2 times? How recent was that?
If today is Monday, I would say last week, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay.
So when Teresa left your house, she's walking, and that's the last time you spoke to her?
And usually her plan is to message me as soon as she gets home, so I know she's okay. She enjoys the walk. She walks from her house to the Dollar General by Huffman all the time. It's her thing.
Where does Zach live?
Okay, I have his address on my phone, and I wanted you guys to stop by him and see if he maybe she's with him, is my thing. Have you been able to talk to him?
Zach Morgan. Okay. She said she told you she was going home, or you just assumed she was going home?
I have you. I just went back and just turned my TV, turned my music up, and just
You didn't go anywhere?
He's lying.
Hang out with anybody else?
Nope.
He's lying.
I just stay.
As soon as they asked him what did he do once she left, he started rubbing the back of his neck. He's lying. He's lying out of his teeth. Because he has to do something. He has to have a scratch or itch. He has to figure around, when you're lying. Like, oh, yeah, yeah, sure, I went to band camp. Yeah, I went to sleep and I just ate and I went to sleep. That's a tattletale sign that he's lying. Because when they were asking him all the other questions, he would just sit there, his hands was in front of him. As soon as they asked him what was your whereabouts after she left, here he go. Bruce said, that is what is tripping me up. She blowed out her mind and you let her walk home at 2 a.m. That doesn't fly with me. Right, exactly. William says, you can tell he only had high school education by his words and actions, not that smart in life. Yeah, I mean, he did admit that he had high school education. I think it's just more about him not trying to apply himself. There's plenty of people who only have a high school education, and they're very intelligent. Very intelligent. No, he's no prize. Hell no. Nope. Let's go on.
Away from all of my other older friends and I've replaced them with Teresa. And I've put more of my time and energy into her. Try to see that flower blossom because I know it's blossoming. So.
You care for her a lot?
A lot. Otherwise, I would not be here unless I actually had to,
North was already a suspect because he's Teresa's boyfriend, but the fact that he's doing everything he can to make himself look like the white knight trying to save her from her own destructive behavior isn't making him look as innocent as he thinks. It's important to note that there's no confirmation that Teresa was doing any of the things that North claims, though, as you're about to see, he sure is eager to point police in any direction but his.
So how can you help us find her?
Okay, so you have Zach's information, his address. A good idea would be to start by asking him. I know she got hard, which is crack, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. From a guy named Hassan Ware. Mm-hmm. And I think she makes her do, sexual things to get it. And I don't know if anything occurred between the two of them and escalated from there. Again, I'm just speculating and throwing things out there.
Okay, so this is weird, and this doesn't help him either. You're hella bent of questioning and assuming that, Zach needs to be involved. You're heavily trying to put the limelight on Zach. I mean, as far as I know, Zach haven't done anything wrong but smash his cousin that he didn't know, right? He didn't know that he was actually blood related to her, or probably related to her by marriage. That's the only thing that he did wrong. So why is he so harp on Zach this, Zach that? I have his address, I have his number, and all the stuff like that. And then he didn't even say, like, he didn't even give a reason why he feels that, they need to start questioning Zach about her whereabouts, right? He didn't say, oh, well, listen, from what I know about Zach, listen, he's not a good guy. I know how he have act before out in the street. I have seen how he dealt with girls, or he does his drug. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't give some characteristics about Zach that would make the detective want to actually, question him in reference about her whereabouts. He just literally full on just threw him in, threw Zach in name in the air. And he's literally acting like he's investigating or helping the detectives investigate Zach and what questions he need to ask him. And that's weird. That's just really weird when they're down here trying to know what was going on with you. And you're very vague about the stuff that you were doing. But the girl was at your house, and you was the last person, according to you, the text messages, the Facebook message, and all that stuff. The last person she was with you, no one else. They have not came out and said that she went to go see Zach. They have not came out and said that they found another Facebook message where she messaged Zach after getting home or whatever not, and they was supposed to link up. They haven't said any of that at all. It's just crazy. Hey, how you doing, Bama boy? It's good to see you. Good to see you. How are you? Happy Monday. I thought it was Saturday. Happy Monday to you, Bama boy. I hope everything's going well with you. William said he did that to think of an answer to their question to him about what he did or where he was after she went on her way. Right. Sean said, wait, is he conducting the... Thank you, Sean. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, you're not an investigator. Now you giving them what questions to ask him? Like, why are you doing that? That's very weird. Trying to pawn it off to make himself look less suspicious. Right. Yeah. Very sus to me. Yeah, I agree. Facebook is able to pull cell phone services out of business. I guess so. Deflecting blame for himself. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. He's just throwing things out there to get their mind off of him. Won't work. You're on their radar and you're in the hot seat. Yeah, he is. And the first go-to person is the cousin that she used to mess with. Like, and that's why he led with that even in the beginning. Like I said, I didn't even understand why he even brought up Zach to begin with. Why did he even bring up his name? So he's been set in the play from the beginning of the interview to add someone else onto their list of who they need to talk to about this missing person, right? Or this person that lost their life, right? Let's see. Facebook cellular, right? Let's go on. Let's hear him tell the detectives who do this for 25 plus years what questions they need to be asking this Zach person.
I'm not accusing her,
Did it upset you that you knew she was doing
Absolutely.
sexual things with Zach?
Absolutely. Not at all.
You weren't good with that?
No, but the thing is, what she taught me is to accept and love no matter what, and to not hold any types of resentment or arbor. And the thing is, I've had a history of addiction issues, so I understand it. So
Right.
it's.
What were you addicted to?
I had a real problem with Xanax.
Xanax?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And mixing it with a little bit of alcohol makes you a little,
So your parents' house over there on Williston Drive, do you actually stay there like full time?
So there goes another red flag. He had a big issue with her dealing with Zach. He had a big issue. He said it. So there goes some motive, right? Or intent, as into if he was the one who unalived his girlfriend, why he would do it. He didn't like the fact that she had a relationship with him, or she was keeping touch. She was keeping touch with him. He didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. Yes, Sean. Now Xanax. Now he has an addiction problem. Like, oh my goodness gracious.
Like inside the house?
No, I've been staying on the patio for the past 2 months, and that's where she would come over and we would, hang out and spend the day or the night.
Like, is there like a setup on the patio for you, like bed and like TV and all that
Yes,
stuff?
sir.
And were your parents home today, this afternoon, when Teresa was over there?
Yep.
Yeah, my mom was home in the morning.
In the morning?
Mm.
So your mom saw Teresa, she talked to her? Or?
I can't say for certain. I don't know, because I don't know if my mom came out there or not that morning, but she often does and says hi to Teresa, and maybe it's something you can talk to her and ask her to verify with her.
But your parents, they know Teresa. They
very well. Yeah.
They recognize her if they saw her.
We went to dinner together.
So again, now you're saying your parents is aware of Teresa. They know Teresa. Your mom, if she seen Teresa out, let's say going to the kitchen to go get some water, she would say hi to her or anything like that. So again, you mean to tell me that your mom would allow Teresa to go walk home at 2:30 in the morning? You really want me to believe that your mom would allow that? Listen, if your mom is allowing you to smash Teresa under her household, because remember, he said that he lives with his parents. If she's allowing you to have that type of company over, I don't think your mom will send that girl out the house to walk home at 2:30 in the morning. No reasonable mom would. Like, she might not, even if she doesn't even, like, she's not, let's say she wasn't even cool with Teresa. Let's say she thought that Teresa was a skank, right? Let's just say that, right? Even a reasonable woman would be like, listen, she might be a skank, but I'm not trying to have her get harmed in the middle of the night. It's dangerous. They would have told her to, they would say, can you call someone to pick you up? Or she would have forced her son, to take her home or call an Uber or a Lyft for her. She would not just allow that girl to walk home at 2:30 in the morning. So now you brought that up to make it seem like your mother saw Teresa leave your home in the morning, but then since you couldn't actually say, my mom saw her, you said, well, I don't know. You have to link up with my mom to verify if that's true or not. But my mom always sees Teresa in the morning and she'll say hi to her. What a clown. What a real clown right there. That's crazy. William said hypocrisy can only go so far. He was addicted to Xanax, right? Flower said he is wrapping himself in a tidy bow for them. Absolutely, because they haven't even gotten to the point where they said that, they probably have him on camera, right? Or have some type of evidence that, Teresa was with you alive, the last person, right? Bama said, no Xannies do you, pal. Right. Let's see. He said, yeah. Blame it on the Xannies. Right. Just Play said, lying. Yep, he's lying. He's totally lying. Flower said, I'm sure they're loving it too. Oh, they're having a field day. They just sitting there asking him very calmly, letting him tell on himself, let him continue, build up his lie, because they probably already have some form of evidence on him that he can't explain away. William said, blaming it on the drug addiction. Right. Blaming and defaming. Yes, he is. He definitely is. Flower said, I mean, how much easier could he make their job? He can make it a whole lot easier. Remember the last case? Oh, you wasn't here, Flower, but the last case on Saturday, boy, we had a woman go into the interrogation, and when I tell you she sung like a canary, she literally told the detectives everything her boy, like literally threw her father, her child under the bus, everything. She didn't leave no crumbs. She told everything.
For our birthday a couple days ago to watch the Sunday game. Because her birthday was the 18th, mine's the 24th.
He did.
No, they love
Oh, don't worry about it, dear. Don't worry about it. You just watch it whenever you can, okay? If you want to.
I'm trying. I don't know. I don't know how serious it is, because I know she has a tendency to go out and go to the beach bars with, Michaela, her friend, or Alexa, her friend, spend the night with some guys she met, and then not hit me up until the next day. So I don't know how serious it is,
Is it common for her to go like long periods of time without getting in contact with you?
Long periods of times meaning 2 days, yes. 4, no.
So 2 days is normal for her to, like,
1 or 2, yeah.
So we ghosting you for a
3
little
or
bit?
4, and I'd feel some type of way.
Has that happened though? Like if y'all got to a bad argument? Or
No.
You have to always go again within a couple days?
No, because it's like amnesia. We're always good. We're always good.
Within a day or two, y'all are good again?
You see, when he asked them again, he started fidgeting again. As when he asked him, does that bother you? He started scratching his beard. No, we go through it, we get through it, and, we be good in the next following days. And why do he keep on insinuating that Teresa went to go to somebody else's house to smash some other dude? Why do he keep on insinuating that? If she was just at your house, I'm sure if y'all was drinking, smoking, and schmaxing, why would she be going over to somebody else's house right after to go drink, smoke, and smash again? Why did he keep on insinuating that about her? Interesting. Very interesting.
Always.
Claiming that your girlfriend cheats on you regularly and then stating that you don't fight often is quite interesting, to say the least. In time, law enforcement are going to find footage that shows just how volatile the couple's fights could be. But first, they have another lie to catch him in.
You didn't go anywhere else with anybody else today?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't go any place with your friend Mickinson? Mick? You know Mick?
I know Mickinson.
Okay. You didn't go anywhere with him today?
Boy, I seen Mickinson today. I don't remember where it was, but I don't think I went anywhere in specific with him. I think I may have just seen him outside and just...
Seen him outside how?
Driving by. Just told him, good friend, I love him, stay up.
So he was just, you were just standing outside your house and he just come driving by?
Yeah, and that's happened before, so we usually catch up every time we do see each other physically.
Where does he live?
I'm not exactly sure now. I know he moved out. I know he grew up in the neighborhood I lived in, though.
Okay. you remember about what time that was when you saw him?
No, I would say later on in the afternoon.
Before or after Teresa left?
After.
After Teresa left?
I would have to say.
So this is your friend. You don't see him all the time, but he just randomly just, I guess, ride by or drove by your house, and he said, "Hey, how you doing, brother? Hey, brother, how you doing?" You know, and it was just like a hi and bye. You didn't sit there and talk with him for a couple of minutes. That doesn't seem real. Like if I don't see a friend or associate in a long time, you know, you tend to sit up there and have a nice little powwow with them to see how everything's going. If you know their family members, ask about their family members. You know, if you know their significant other, you ask them how they're doing. If you have kids, you know, the random regular questions that you do with someone that you don't see often. But I find that very weird that out of all days that this friend could have drive by your house to see to see you or to say hi. You ran the day that she leaves, supposedly she left, he swings by your house, and he doesn't even live far. Well, he doesn't live close. That's what I mean. He doesn't live close. I find that quite odd. I find it quite odd how he even talks about their interaction. It doesn't even seem like, you know, they were even like cool like that. Like not even an associate level.
And you said he was driving by? He wasn't like walking by or?
No, he was driving.
He was driving?
He was driving, yeah.
Who saw who first? Did you see him or did he?
He usually always sees me first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did he just pull up to your house?
Yeah, that's usually how it works with him, yeah.
He just pulled up? Mm-hmm. But you didn't get in his car?
I think I got in his car and we rode around just for a second and, you know, just to talk, to chat, to make sure we were both doing okay. And then he let me out and I went, you know, walked right back inside.
Did y'all do anything while you were driving around?
Just talk.
Just talking, so you didn't like, you know, smoke weed?
No, sir, no.
Would there be any reason why Nickinson would say that you did something to harm Teresa?
No. Did he?
I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm. No.
No? There's no reason for him to say that you did something to Teresa and then threw her in a lake?
What?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Are you no?
I'm asking you these questions, you know, and...
No, sir.
So y'all saw his reaction when the detective decides to drop a bomb on him and where they found Teresa and what happened to her. Did he sound like someone who did not know what happened to her? He was like, no. Like, what? Oh my God. Not my baby Teresa. That what happened to her? Are you kidding me? You telling me somebody would do that to her? Who the hell would do that to her? Oh my God. Like he didn't even, he just like, what? He said that? No. Sean said it's the same day and you don't remember. Right. Gotcha, buddy. His demeanor is about to change. Oh, yeah. Yep. No, and his hands went between his legs. Self-hug. Yep, there you go. Y'all getting it.
You know, because I asked you before if you had left your house, gone anywhere. You said no.
My house, right?
Yeah, your house.
Hmm.
And then you said that Nickinson just kind of rolled by, you guys said what's up, and that was it. That went from that to now you in his car, rolling, you know, driving around.
Right. So I don't remember exactly the exact step by step, you know, how my day was, because I don't, you know.
Well, the biggest thing here, North, is finding Teresa.
Absolutely.
All right. And we brought you down here because, you know, you want to help us
Thank you, Bruce.
find her. But at the same time, you know, Mickelson is telling us that you guys are riding around. You said that you killed her and threw her in a lake.
Damn.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Oh, you so did say that.
So you're saying he's a liar?
Yes, sir.
Why would he lie about that?
I have no clue.
I mean, could you have just said that to him in jest?
No. That's not funny.
Then where'd that shit come from, man?
I don't know. I'm really kind of pissed off right now.
You're really kind of scared right now.
Yes, sir.
Why are you looking down?
Because you see how that looks, right?
You still don't have no emotion about that. You didn't know what happened to your girlfriend, hearing that she was killed and put in the lake, and you still don't have any emotion.
Mr. Pritchett, how'd you get all banged up, man? You're limping, you got scratches and red marks all over you.
I played basketball and it got a little rough. My ankle is from the
Who'd you play basketball with?
a whole bunch of friends at Huffman.
Today?
Yes, sir.
So that's another place you went that you...
See, this crazy. It's crazy because now they see that he got scratches and all that stuff like that, and now he's trying to say that he went to go play basketball. Sir, you ain't playing no damn basketball. Freaking smoking ice, smoking marijuana, and drinking from time to time, and then you're not playing no basketball like that. You're not doing that. You're not doing that at all. And you want people to believe that. And they can also tell, too, how old those scars and scratches is on you. If they're scabbing up, that means it's been a couple of days, right? If they test your DNA or they test those bruises and scratches and they find her DNA on it, what are you gonna say now? Oh, that's what we was making love earlier that yesterday. And listen, your friend completely ratted you out. Like I said, it didn't make sense that your friend comes by. He doesn't live close to the your neighborhood. He drives by your house. You come and say hi and say, hey, how you doing? And then disappear. I knew that you got in the car. You admitted that you did get in his car. Y'all drove around a little bit and then he brought you back to your house. So you did go somewhere after Teresa supposedly left you. It doesn't make any sense for this guy to say that you killed her and you put her in the lake and this is where the police found her at. How would he even know that if Teresa was supposed to be calling you when she got back home from her computer through FaceTime? How would he know? How? Let's see. Bruce said his ego just got deflated. Oh, yeah, definitely did. Especially got hit with the 2-punch in the gut from the friend. Friend was like, I'm not going down with your crazy ass. Sean said that's them drugs him and his buddy was doing in the car, had him running his mouth. Bruce said, I played basketball and no guy ever scratched me. Yeah, like, do you know how many fights would have happened if guys was getting scratched the way they would, that he got scratched all over his legs? And that's on top of that too, on his legs. Who was you playing ball with? A gopher? Who was you playing ball with that you're getting scratched on your legs? Usually playing basketball, you get scratched on your arms, right? Your arm, maybe your hand, maybe even your back, right? Not your legs. You know, unless you was falling down on the ground because you can't dribble. I mean, that's the only way I really see that, you know. But you got scratches on your legs. Your girl missing and you go play basketball. Exactly. This is the person that you're supposed to be so dear to and everything, but you let her walk home at 2:30 in the morning. You did not get a response back from her on Facebook at all. You didn't check to say, why haven't she responded back? She said she would call me right back. You hop in the car, you go driving around with your boys, still not thinking about your girl or anything. And even when you came back, the next following day, you go play basketball and you still not even thinking about this said girl that is your girlfriend, your friend, your family friend. Like, boy, bye. Boy, bye. Yes, a gopher. Like, who's scratching you playing who are you playing basketball with? Like, seriously. Let's go on.
You didn't say you forgot about earlier.
Oh, if you would have asked me through what I did throughout my whole day, I would have gone through the whole day with you.
Y'all play some rough basketball, man. I played a lot of basketball growing up too, and I got all scratched up.
Huffman is different.
Yeah.
Huffman is different.
I'll ball hard.
And I haven't balled in a while too, so my body wasn't.
Okay.
I played some basketball too. I didn't get scratched up like that. The only time I got scratched up like that is when I was trouncing through the woods.
That silence kind of speaks for itself. In the early evening hours of the day Teresa was killed, North messaged his friend and asked him to give him a ride home from near the pond where Teresa's body would eventually be discovered. Immediately upon getting in the car, he told his friend that he had strangled Teresa and thrown her in the lake. Why he decided to call and create a witness, let alone tell the witness everything that happened, is a pretty good testament to the level of criminal mastermind these police are working with.
I'm implying, but
See, what did I tell you? I told you that that friend did not just come over randomly out of nowhere. You don't speak to this guy often. He's not a part of your immediate friendship, but then out of the blue, the day that Teresa go missing, he just comes around. Like, that didn't make any sense to me at all. Doesn't make any sense. And the detectives confirmed, like I said, you don't get those type of scratches on your legs playing basketball. This is not soccer. This is not rugby. You're not in a sport where you're going to be dragging and sliding a lot on your legs, your thighs, and stuff like that. That's not what basketball is. Literally. So it's just like, he doesn't even know what to say. Did y'all see that pause that he gave? That pause was deafening. It was deafening. He didn't even know where to go after that point. Once they said Woods, he didn't know where to go at this point. And then now he's probably thinking now, holy shit, these cell phones have tracking systems in it. These cell phones have GPS in it. They can use a satellite to know where I've been. It's probably all coming together now. The things that he wasn't thinking about before he decided to have this conversation with them. But he felt that he crossed all his T's and dotted all his I's, and that's why he was comfortable to have the conversation with him. He thought he had an alibi, everything. Sad. Bruce said, I think when they were together, they got in an argument about her cousin she's been banging. He got mad, she left. The more he thought about it, the madder he got, and he went after her. I think so too. I think that, when she told him that night that the cousin that she was, I guess, messing with, or, the guy that she was messing with was her cousin, and you already saw that he didn't like that. So he had already had some, anger issues in regards of that. And he always looked at himself as he was trying to save her. Remember, he talked like he needed to save her, but you're a recovering addict. You live with your mom. You don't gotta, I don't even think he has a job, or he don't have a high paying job. You only have a high school education. Like, you have some, you have some things that you need to, clean up in your life as being a man, a grown man, right? So, but he always talked about that she was like doing worse than him. And that's why he led with her with the bipolar, the schizophrenia, her doing meth. He was trying to be her savior, right? So those right there were just like red flags about how the conversation could have went with them, or their arguments. Him being controlling, him always telling her what to do. Remember, he lied, saying that the only reason why he did meth is because he felt guilty for scolding her. That's not a good reason to do meth or to try meth, because you didn't want her to do meth. Like, that's stupid, right? That's really dumb. So let's see what he has to say. His heart is pounding out his chest, and you know it is. Yep. He doesn't know what to say. And now he's talking about, oh, you're implying. It's not about implying, it's just what it is. Like, jeez.
Well, do you get why we're implying it? We didn't make it up, right? You know, somebody's saying this. Now, obviously, somebody's very concerned about this young lady, as we are.
Yeah.
Right? So if something happened to her, be it by you or someone else, the most important thing we can do now is focus on working together and trying to find her, right? So
Absolutely. And I'm here to do whatever I can to help.
All right, so where is she?
I do not know, sir.
I think you do know.
Okay, and I'm willing to do whatever I can to help you, but I can't just make up a lie and tell you that I know where she's at when she doesn't.
Well, what's Mickinson's background then? I mean, is there some reason why he would say this?
He's just an old friend of mine.
Has he ever been known to be an off-the-wall kind of guy with this kind of stuff? I mean,
The biggest question that these detectives needs to ask this gentleman, and I'm using that term very, very, very lightly, very, very lightly, like it's thin air light. How do the other guy, Mickinson, how do he even know Teresa? How did he know Teresa? Remember, him and Teresa haven't been dating or mating for that long. He said that he knew this guy for a while, and he don't see him often. He doesn't come around often in that area. But when they do see each other, they kick it up, they talk shit, whatever not. So again, how do this guy know Teresa? How do he know her? Can we establish that? Do he know her from you dating her? Did you ever introduce her to him before? Have you ever talked about her to him before? How do he know her to say something like that? That's what I would ask him. I would try to get him to tell me where is the connection where this guy knows Teresa for him to even say something like that. Doesn't even make sense. And then for him to tell the police that if this guy is such a good buddy, mind you, he established that he was close and he was a good buddy with this guy. So he already told what the dynamics of their friendship was. So he has no reason, even now, he has no reason to believe that the guy purposely wants to get him in trouble, right? And purposely wants ill will from him. He never gave any hint to the detective that there was any animosity between their friendship, like they had a falling out or anything like that. So now all of a sudden, this guy come out of nowhere and he just wants to bring you down and throw a unaliving on you, a killing on you. Nah, it doesn't work that way. It does not work that way at all. And that's why you were stunned and you were shocked that he told, because you did trust him. You did trust him. He went there to go pick you up. You thought that he was going to hold you down and not say anything. He wasn't going to speak to the police. Come to find out, they spoke to him first, and they probably spoke to him first because his cell phone or his vehicle, the tracks, his from his vehicle was probably found on the scene. So they probably went and spoke to him first, like, hey, listen, your vehicle was around the area that we found this missing girl body. Can you come with us and speak with us a little bit, right? And that's how this situation happened, to the point where now they're talking with you. It's crazy. Let's see. Some guy just out of the blue says she's in the lake. How did he know she's in the lake if you didn't tell him? Right, exactly. That's pretty specific. It is. It is. Let's go on.
Is he gonna make some shit up about you?
I haven't really associated with Mickinson in the past year or so.
Yeah, but he just happened to be driving by today, and y'all got in the car and we're chilling together, listening to music and talking. So, I mean, what were y'all talking about?
Nothing, just life, like we always do. He usually tells me about where he's at in life. I usually tell him about where I'm at in life,
So if something bad has happened, Teresa, Who should we look at?
If something is bad happened to her, I would keep it wide open because she knows so many people and talks to so many people that it's.
Or why did you mention like Zach so specifically earlier? Because you said Teresa. Because
See, there you go. Got him. They got him. They got him. Because now when they ask him, well, who should we be talking to if something bad happened to her? The first thing you say is, oh, I think y'all should keep it open because, you know, this girl, she get around the block, if you know what I'm saying. Wink, wink. You know, she knows a lot of people. So you should keep it open. But you wasn't talking like that 20 minutes ago when you was throwing Zach under the bus, when you was giving the detectives his address, when you was giving them their phone number. No, you seem like you was very convinced that Zach is someone that they need to speak to. But now when all the fingers is being pointed at you, no, we need to just keep it open. We need to keep all the options open. Oh my God. The mind, man. It never gets boring. The mind, it never gets boring. Bruce said, I haven't seen him in a year. They're driving around smoking a blunt. What you been up to? Me and my girl got in an argument and I put her in the lake. Right. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you haven't seen this guy in a year. You don't have no bad will or, bad blood between this guy. So again, you can't say that this guy have ill will and he just want to lie to you. Y'all wasn't even arguing before. He has no reason to lie. He really doesn't have no reason to lie. Unless he was going to lie for you. Sean said, keep it wide open. At first, he was specific. Right, exactly. Vincent said, hey, Vincent, how are you? Happy Monday. He said, when you're being interrogated, the only one that convicts you is you. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why you need to shut up. But see, like I said, he thought that he had everything figured out. He thought that he had everything planned and figured out, He set up the whole, she went home by herself at 2:30 in the morning. He set up that she was schizophrenic, bipolar. She was on meth or ice, right? That particular type of drug. He set up the fact that she was supposed to call him when she got back home on Facebook Messenger on her laptop. He also put in the alibi that he saw his friend after she left. He also tried to throw in the alibi that his mom saw Teresa before she left his house. He figured everything out. What really got him is the fact that his friend, Michigan, I think it's Mickelson, he told the truth. He talked to the detectives and told him the truth. That's what really, sealed the deal with him, because this guy, he haven't been around in the years. So that means he doesn't even know Teresa. Like I said before, establishing the relationship between Teresa and McKinson. Why would he say that about Teresa, and how does he know Teresa? He haven't been around for a year, and you haven't been dating Teresa that long. So how would he even know of her unless you told her? Let's go on.
Because aside from me, right, Zach is one of her really close friends.
Yeah, but okay. Well, you said she was known to hook up with lots of guys. I was just kind of wondering why you threw,
because honestly, like, if there were a guy 1 and 2, it would be us.
Okay.
That's why.
And you didn't like that, obviously.
I loved it. I loved that he cared for her, and I wanted him to help.
Right. But you didn't. You said you didn't like the fact that you knew she was basically going back between you and him as well, too.
I didn't like the fact that she was doing those things she was doing with, her body for those other things.
Okay. Because you didn't act like it was any big deal that you said she goes to the beaches and hooks up with other dudes and stuff. Right?
Yeah, no, and that's not a big deal. I just don't like her selling her body for...
Okay. But you feel like she cares for Zach, kind of like on the same level she cares for you? Okay.
Hold on. So... now he's implying that she was prostituting her body for drugs. Like, can this guy won't go? He has no low, right? He has no low in defaming this woman who lost her life. He will do anything. First, she's crazy. Then she's a meth head. Now she's a prostitute. She's a prostitute for drugs and selling her body. So again, if you didn't have no problem with her, quote unquote, making out with other guys and stuff like that before, then why you had such a problem with the Zach, like that just got under your nerves. So the detectives hit it on the nail. He was jealous of Zach. He was jealous of Zach, and he was jealous that she was talking to him or dealing with him. That is the intent. That's the intent why he unalived her, out of anger and out of jealousy. Selling her body. Now she's right, exactly. Now she's a prostitute. Like, I'm telling you, he has no low. He has no low. Like, his low is the fucking abyss at this point.
And I encourage her to do so because, you know, he's a great guy and it's all up.
Did it make you feel jealous or anything, or just kind of feel like some type of way about that, like it wasn't?
No. Maybe at first it, but then I started to understand the dynamic and I became more comfortable with it.
What was y'all's visit like today? Does that come up?
No. No, it was cool.
Y'all didn't have any argument at all about anything?
No, we just relaxed, vibe, listening to music.
And the last you knew, she was just walking off on foot from your house? You did walk her down to the end of the street or anything like that?
I walk her towards the front of my house.
Just to the front of the house? Okay.
All right, to help us locate Teresa, because you do have messages from her on from Facebook and whatnot, would you be willing to give us consent to download your phone so we can, you know, get some information, try to find where she's at?
Sure thing.
Well, give us a second here. I'm gonna go get the guys to come download your phone right quick.
Okay.
And then be back in here in a second.
Detectives need more than a second. They leave North in the interrogation room for 4 hours, where he assumes the position of a slug, which is pretty on brand considering how slimy he's being. In the meantime, they're running a rapid investigation to see if they can find Teresa's body. They're hopeful that downloading the GPS history on his phone will lead them right to her. Because the surveillance footage they've discovered from the houses around North's tell them that they are, without a doubt, going to find a body.
Mr. Pridgeon.
North. All right, man, we're going to get you out of here and get your phone back to you and all that stuff, all right? But before we do that, all right, you know, we had some inconsistencies earlier, so I'm going to give you this opportunity to kind of take us back through Sunday, September 26th, all right? Just kind of take us through the day's events. Don't leave nothing out, all right? And just go line by line, incident by incident, all right? Because you kind of left some stuff out before, so let's
that's great,
clear all that stuff up, okay?
That's wonderful.
So you want me to recap the entire day, sir?
Yeah, man. Let's start from you know, when you woke up Sunday, whenever you woke up. Get your day started. Go from there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Doing normal stuff, man. Just hygienic stuff.
Like what time? What time did you get up?
10:30, 11.
10:30 in the morning? Okay. Did you talk to your parents at all that day when you got up, or did you see them?
No, not that morning.
Where were they at?
I'm not 100% sure, sir.
Okay. So you get up at 10, then what? What do you do after that?
Then I talked to Teresa, turn on my Xbox, start listening to music. We just sort of talk to each other, see what she's doing.
So you talked to Teresa around what time is that?
I can't tell you for sure, sir.
Can you give me ballpark?
Yeah, 11-ish.
11-ish. So you get back to your house and you guys are hanging out. How long were you guys there?
I want to say 3 hours.
Oh, you did?
2
Oh,
hours,
awesome.
2 to 3 hours.
You have any
2 to 3
good ones
hours.
that I should go over?
So what do you do after those 2 to 3 hours?
Nothing. That's it. We just decide that maybe we'll hang out later, probably.
So she just leaves?
Yeah.
By herself?
Right.
Yeah.
Very normal thing with
But
us.
you know they got the air controlled in there, so they probably have the AC.
Does she say where she's going?
Oh yeah, she said she was gonna go home.
Going home?
Mm-hmm.
And she was just going to walk?
Right.
And you stayed home? You didn't follow her? You didn't go with her? And you said that's about 2 or 3 hours after you guys got back to your house?
Roughly.
Roughly 2 or 3 hours? Okay. It's still daylight out though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you do after she leaves?
Well, I just go back in, get on my Xbox, listen to music, and sort of just wait for her to get back home so I can talk to her and know she's okay, and just occupy myself. Normally I'd play video games, write music, stuff like that.
So is that what you did for the rest of the day?
No, not for the rest of the day, because I ended up going to Huffman to play basketball whenever I didn't hear from her.
Okay.
Because I got a little upset that I didn't hear from her, so I went and played basketball and did my own thing that night.
Why were you upset you didn't hear from her?
No, just because we always communicate, talk back and forth.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, I'm gonna write that one
You guys
down.
didn't get
Thank
in a
you.
fight at all?
No.
That's why she left?
No.
No, she just left because it was time for
Yeah,
her.
no, we don't try to hang out all day, every day.
Mm-hmm. You go to Huffman to play basketball. Did you do anything before?
No. Not to my knowledge, no.
What did you do after that?
I asked my buddy to bring me home because of how bad my ankle was, and he did so.
And your buddy, that's Mickinson?
No, sir. Another gentleman up at the
Oh
court.
wow.
Who was that?
His name is Terrell.
Hmm.
And he brought me home, or to my parents' home, where I packed up my stuff and then went over to Kaz's place.
So Mickelson was the one that dropped you off at the park, right?
I believe so. I don't remember if he did or not, honestly.
But you're saying Terrell is definitely the one that drove you home from the park.
For sure.
How did Mickinson come in contact with you today?
It must have been just random sighting.
Just random sighting?
Yes, sir.
You didn't call him or ask him to come get you?
No, I don't. No, I don't think so. No.
Where did he pick you up at?
I don't remember exactly. Probably somewhere around the neighborhood, because that's usually where we end up seeing each other.
But you weren't at the park when he picked you up now?
Yeah, the park on some.
Way too far?
Probably.
So Sean says, where did Terrell come from? He left a lot out. Yes, he did, because he said he went to the basketball court. So I guess Terrell is one of the guys he was playing basketball with. But the thing is, he's now asking him about the McKinson guy, because obviously they took his phone, they ran it, and they could probably tell that he called that guy to come pick him up, right? And it wasn't at his home. So this whole, he was just swinging by my house and I saw him after Teresa left, that's bull crap. You called him, you was already at a location, you called him to come pick you up, he went to that location to pick you up, and then he brung you home. So that's also will be showed on the surveillance cameras or any cameras that the neighbors might have, or even if they're on a street that has cameras, they're going to show when he came home, and it probably shows that the guy never rolled by his house and he jumped in, the surveillance is probably going to show that that car came to his house and he jumped out to go home. He's such a full liar. Yeah. He is such a full liar. Flower said, a liar, a liar, a liar is a liar. Yeah, he is. He's a whole liar. But he said he pulled up at his house. He said earlier. No, that's a lie. Complete lie. I bet you they have video of him being dropped off. Never actually coming to, drop by. And he was just so happened to be outside and he saw his vehicle and they did their little, hey, how you doing thing. I think that was all a lie, and he's been lying the whole entire time about that. Yeah. That's what I totally believe. And, just to point out, Bruce and Sean also stated how now he has his eyes covered. Before, when he had his cap was more, positioned off his eyes earlier on. Now his hat is covering his eyes, so you can't really even tell what is his facial expression. I mean, I'm sure the detectives and them can see it, but we can't see it. So we can only still just go on the basis of his body language. However, he has the blanket, but I can tell whether or not if he's like kind of like fidgeting. He's continuously to keep his hands under the desk, trying to create separation between him and the detective. Pay attention to his voice. See if it goes up or low when answering certain questions from the detectives. So let's just keep in mind. We only got a little bit more to go, guys, and I will let you go for today.
Because that's happened multiple times.
But was it before or after you played basketball when you ran into him?
Oh, before, for sure.
Before?
Yes, sir.
All right, so where do you guys go? You and Mickinson.
We just drive around, talk a little bit, and then he just drops me off at the park, and that's it.
At this point, detectives have good reason to ask if North followed Teresa, because they've discovered footage showing exactly that on the street leading from North's house to Teresa's. In the footage, taken in the evening hours of March 27th, Teresa is seen storming down the street away from North. She repeatedly yells at North, telling him, "You're not coming with me, go back home, and leave me alone." Yet North continues to follow her until the two disappear off camera. About 30 minutes later, North is seen walking back in the direction of his home. Teresa is nowhere in sight, and North is disheveled, with his clothes soaked and a limp.
Well, here's the thing. We talked to your parents. We talked to Teresa's parents and her family. That's obviously they're very concerned right now. And you being the last person.
Oh, you
to
are
see
most
her,
welcome, Flower, darling. You're most welcome. Thank you for being a part and being here.
No, I understand. And that's why
Now, what makes it difficult, though, North, is that your buddy Mickinson, he calls us. He actually comes down here to the police station to tell us that while you guys are riding around, you tell him that you killed Teresa.
I don't know where you got that from or why you said that.
I mean, I spoke to Mickinson myself, and he's not the type of person that's going to make some shit up.
Oh, don't worry about it, Brucey. Yes,
I've known Mickinson for a while too.
I'm gonna be taking a nap
definitely not
soon. After
maybe he took something out of context, or maybe
He said you told her that you shot her and drowned her.
No, sir.
So that's not taken. You can't really take that out of context.
No, sir. That's honestly, and that's not even fair for me to hear, because that's not right. And that's not. I would never do that. And that's.
I wonder what are they waiting for, or I guess they want to see if they can get him to confess and explain his motive as into what he did. But if they already have the surveillance that he was following her, so remember, he said that she went home, she went walking home. He said that he only walked her to the door, but the cameras on the street show that you followed her, arguing with her, and then y'all moved out of the camera sight, and then I guess maybe an hour or so you came back later your clothes is wet and you're limping. I would bring that up to him in his face. Like, okay, so why do we have you on surveillance with your clothes wet and you're now limping? You wasn't limping before when you was walking behind Teresa, which you lied and told me that you only walked her to your front door. I would throw it on him. I mean, shoot, what else? I mean, like, you know, I don't know why they continue to play around with him. Maybe they're afraid that, you know, they won't get a confession. But if he went this far into this interview and y'all already gave him his Miranda rights, he's pretty much screwed with the video evidence, being able to collect his DNA, being able to find any DNA or her, her skin cells or anything on him, as well as finding his DNA on her. I don't. This don't look good for him. I don't know how he's gonna beat this. Look at the head drop. You stopped at the perfect time. I know. I know. He's like, no, I didn't do it. I swear, sir. I don't even think it's fair for someone to even say that or for that to be put on me. I would never do that. Okay. Yes. You know what? A lot of people do things that they said that they would never do. And that's just the honest truth.
North, let me ask you this then. What if we find Teresa and she's in the water and been struck? Then what?
I'd be devastated.
I think you'd be more than devastated at that point.
After somebody said that, that's exactly what you said you did to her.
I mean, did y'all get into a fight?
Yeah,
was it an accident, man?
Crazy shit happens sometimes, man, with emotion, love.
I mean, do you care about her at all?
I do, sir. Yes, absolutely. I love her.
You love her?
Love her to death.
You love her to death?
You guys are scaring me now.
Yep, you loved her to death. It was your love that killed her. You absolutely you're right. It was your love that killed her. Your love put her to death. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, your friend that you were riding around in the car with said that you told him you and killed her.
I wouldn't do that. She knows I wouldn't do that.
Then where is she?
I'm not sure. But when she pops up, I'll be very relieved.
Is she gonna pop up?
Knowing her, yeah.
So where'd that story come from then? Why would you tell me this and that?
I have no clue why he said that. No clue.
Well, he's wondering why you said that.
I'll talk to him and I'll straighten it out with him, but I do not know why he would come up with something like that.
North, in the first time we talked, you left out the fact that you rode with a Lyft driver to the house to get Teresa. You left out the fact that you got in a car and drove around with Mickinson. And you left out the fact that you were over at a park bowling. You said you stayed at home all day. All
right, well, I'm sorry about that. I wasn't sure about how important each detail was.
Well, we're talking less than 24 hours, you know, that this stuff had happened.
Okay.
I can tell you I did Sunday.
Well, here's the thing. I didn't know something so severe was like occurring, so...
Right. The first time we talked to you, that had only been like 12 hours since all that happened. You know, it wasn't like it had been a long time ago. So...
Yeah, you said you got those scratches and shit on your arms and legs from playing basketball?
Hey, Lord, how are you doing this Monday?
Basketball?
Thank you for stopping by.
No, we played rough out there. I fell a few times, yeah.
Yeah, I ain't buying that, man. I mean, did you, like I said, to me, those scratches on you, I'm looking at them like, yeah, man, that's not from playing ball. That shit's from going through the woods. Did you take a shortcut through the woods or anything to get to the park?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm sorry if you don't believe me, but no, sir. Yeah, I would like to go now.
You ain't going nowhere.
Well, stand by. Like I said, we got to wait on your phone, and we're getting somebody to come and photograph your injuries from playing ball. All right? But in the meantime, think about her and where she's at.
Yes, sir. He is taking now. He's like, whatever. That is
Detectives were
funny.
swiftly brought in to photograph the multiple scratches all over his body, including his neck, the fronts and backs of his arms, and all the way down his legs.
Now, I know you said you wanted to go, but there's a couple of things in your phone that I kind of want to clarify, if you're okay with going over that and clarifying that with us.
Everything we can.
Okay. So, when I asked you earlier if, you know, how you and Mickinson got hooked up today, you said that it was just a chance encounter. You just saw
Right.
him.
Did we reach out? Did I reach out to him or something?
Well,
What?
you told me that
Oh,
it was
okay.
just a chance encounter, right?
That's the best I remember it.
Okay. Well,
And
at 5:50 p.m., you send him a message that says, "Pick me up ASAP." And
What
he
did I
sends
tell
back,
y'all?
"Where are you at?"
What did
You
I
said you're at
tell
Salt Lakes.
y'all?
And he asks, "Are you in danger?"
What did I tell you? I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew he called that guy. He called that guy to come get him. He called him. He's such a freaking idiot. And then he sit up there, he trying to switch it up. Oh, I mean, you know, I didn't know. I mean, I just thought that was the first thing that came to my mind. That it was just a chance encounter, encounter. Whoopee! Like it was just magical. What a coincidence. You just show up. I knew it. The guy, like I said, the guy doesn't even live near you. You say you haven't seen the guy in a year. What chance encounter the hell you talking about? It's crazy. It was so good seeing you, Flower. Get some rest. Thank you so much for coming in and tuning in with us. I truly appreciate you, dear. Like he didn't know he called him. Right. Like now he don't know that you called him. What? Did I call him? Did I call Mickinson? And wait a minute. Now that you called him, you weren't home. You said that this happened at your house. You weren't even home. You told him to come get you at another location. What a idiot, man. What an idiot. Let's go on.
And you said yes.
Okay. I just wanted his attention. I just wanted to talk to him.
Okay. You just wanted to talk to him?
Yeah.
North, it's 18 hours ago, man. You don't remember, like, that mean that's it? You just wanted to get his attention? Why didn't you tell us that the first time? Like, you would have remembered that.
No, I honestly didn't. I honestly didn't remember reaching out to him in that manner.
From 18 hours ago, you don't remember texting somebody saying, help, like, basically I'm in danger?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Well, how did you go from he was just riding down the street and he saw you to...
Because those are the occurrences that happen often with me and Mickinson, so when I, recollected on it yesterday, that's what I had assumed.
So it wouldn't be normal then for you to text him that, so why'd you decide to do that last
But we have reached out to each other in the past, to check up on each other one morning.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you would reach out to him and say, listen, come pick me up at so-and-so. And he said, what's up? You're in danger? Are you in trouble? Like, that's not something that you continue to, I guess, talk about amongst each other, quote unquote, in the past. Like, this guy, you got to be kidding me. Like, it's over, dude. You just admit it already. Like, seriously, you went through all this. You might as well just go ahead and admit it. They have destroyed your alibi by piece by piece by piece. They have put you in the place of the scene of the crime. They have you on camera. They have a confession from your own friend who don't even know this girl that you did that. He also went and helped drive you home. Like, give it up. He's literally trying to mend everything together. Like, oh yeah, we would do that. Da, 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 da. No, you haven't seen him in a year. How are you doing that? Oh, this is what we do all the time. That's not how you do. You texting him, come pick me up all the time in the past. I mean, and him asking you whether or not if you're in danger. But then you was trying to paint Teresa as the wild child, the one who's being so reckless out here, smexing for drugs and being with all these different men and stuff like that. But he's literally asking you, are you in danger? Okay.
And, you know, he reached out to me and we talked for hours and hours. And
you guys rap together?
Vented. Kind of.
Are you a rapper?
Yes, sir.
Spit some bars for me, man.
I can't do it now. My energy's a little bit drained.
Oh, come on, man. If you're a rapper, that shit just flowing, man. Come on.
No.
North had no problem spitting bars in a video that he made for Teresa just 10 days before she was murdered by him.
You think it's black and white, I've been seeing gray for eternity. I broke them with the algorithm, so they tried to murder me. They started writing backwards, I went forward into enemies territory. Now I tell a story full of mysteries.
The story that North is telling isn't full of mysteries, just really, really bad lies. With detectives paging through the GPS info on his phone, the countdown to his arrest is ticking away. But first, detectives have another bomb to drop on him.
Like I said, we're trying to unearth every stone right now, looking for Teresa. Okay. Like I said, we're you know, we've obviously talked to Nickinson, we've talked to Zach.
Okay.
You know, we've talked to her family, your family. You know. Oh, by the way, I spoke to your mom, and she wanted to make sure that I let you know that it is abundantly clear that you were not welcome at their home.
Okay.
Just FYI.
Okay.
Why would that be?
Just over time, deterioration, fights. You know, just it's hard to explain. 20, you know, years of life.
Just recap though. When you and Teresa, you said you guys were at your house, right, hanging out at some whenever you guys came back with the lift, right? Right. And you guys were hanging out at your house, you said, for about 2 to 3 hours? Right?
Give or take.
Give or take, okay. Did you guys have, I don't mean to pry, but did you guys have...
Yes, sir.
You seem kind of hesitant, is that...
No, I'm just answering the question. It's just rude a little bit, but I mean, it's a very special situation, so I understand the question.
Okay. So you did have...
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, then obviously, would you mind if we get your DNA?
I don't
then?
shop at Walmart. Nice try though.
Oh,
Your baby mama at Walmart.
Just because I want to, you know, make sure that we get that we can eliminate everything.
Right.
And like I said, this is also showing just how, you know, that you're cooperating. Your story's a little wishy-washy, but you're cooperating.
I'm trying my best to recall.
Do you just have a hard time remembering shit, man?
Well, honestly, I didn't expect for the day to unfold and for, you know, her to go missing, so I didn't, quick shot any certain memories. I just sort of went.
It's crazy how now he has a problem remembering, but he remembered so much in the beginning. He remembers so much, so well in detail. In fact, he remembered, I guess, the issues that Zach had. He remembered that Zach is a long lost cousin that Teresa was messing with and they didn't know. He remembers so much details in the beginning, but now when they started asking him impertinent questions, he don't remember. Now all of a sudden he didn't remember that he texted the guy to come pick him up. Now he don't remember that the guy picked him up at a location that wasn't his home to drive him home. He doesn't remember none of this. But in the beginning, he has, I'm super saving her. You know, she's bipolar, she's schizophrenic, you know, she be tripping, you know, she be on that ice and all that. But now you don't remember nothing. Nothing. You don't remember anything. Like, come on now. No one can make me feel 2 inches tall like a smart. Let's go on. Thank you, Brucey.
About it is another day. Now that everything's, you know, being forced to the surface, it's a little difficult to recall it as accurate as you guys would wish me to.
Do you remember one more time what time she left your house? The best you can recall.
Selective amnesia
I can't tell you exact time. But
you said earlier like 2 to 3 hours after. Okay.
That's the best I can estimate.
And you said it was noon, 1 o'clock-ish, something like that when she got to your house? Okay.
Yeah. That's the best.
And
way.
she left by herself. You didn't like walk her past your front door.
No. She walked out. She left. No, I walked her to the front door. That's usually what I walk around the back of the patio.
Do you guys argue at all?
So with Teresa, it's a little different. It's not really arguing. She'll have like false memories that at first I would argue with, and then after I got to understand the type of person she was, I stopped arguing with it and sort of just.
And what kind of false memories would she come up
So
with?
she.
We can,
would
Brucey, but
say
we
that
tend not to. It's not fun.
The government abducted
It's
her
not
5
nice
children, and her 5 children were made in magic.
But she's never had kids, though, right?
As far as to my knowledge, no.
Do me a favor, you can read that over. That's just you saying, giving us consent to get your DNA. Okay. And then just whenever you're done, just sign there. And then what I'm going to do.
So I wanted to stop here, and we're almost done, guys. We're almost done. As you can see, the video is almost done. But I wanted to stop here because, like I said, the continuation of him defaming this poor girl and she's gone is really just disgusting at this point, right? It's really atrocious at this point. Now you're trying to say that she with her fake memories. How do you know if her memories are fake? Why are you even alluding to that, right? Like, how can you say that the memories of the things that she remembers is fake? Why would you even say something like that? You say that they asked you, have you had arguments with her before? You didn't. You said, oh, it's different. It's a little different. What do you mean it's a little different? What different is it? Have you ever threatened her before? Have you ever threatened her in an argument before? Have they went through your phone? Have there ever been any messages that she said, you hit me that one time and blah, 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 and you told her, no, I didn't hit you, you hit me? Is that the false memories that you're talking about? You maybe have threatened her before saying that I'm going to kill you, bitch. Is that the false memories that you're talking about? You could have been honest and said, yes, if we're in a relationship, sometimes we agree with each other, sometimes we don't. But you didn't do that. You didn't do that at all. Let's see. Alexander said, do you work with crimes? I do sometimes. Yes, I do. Let's go on.
North is I'm going to take some Q-tips.
So far, North has tried to pick the credibility of everyone brought up in the case. Unknown to him, however, police have discovered another bit of evidence to destroy what little credibility
Sean.
he has. Law enforcement went to the bridge that the witness claimed to have picked North up from. Upon searching the area, they located a backpack belonging to Teresa, one of her baseball hats, and her vape pen.
What about you? What were you wearing yesterday?
Just like a white t-shirt.
The clothes you got on?
Not the clothes I have on. I think it was a different white t-shirt and shorts.
When did you change clothes? Like this morning or like?
When I went to go play basketball.
Okay. Where are the clothes that you had on yesterday? Just at your parents' house somewhere?
Yeah, I think I washed them. Yeah.
So the same clothes you have on now are the same ones you wore out to Kaz's place? You didn't change out there?
No, because I changed after I played basketball as well.
Okay. At your parents' house?
Yeah, in the back patio.
Before you went to.
Right.
What was?
So here's what he's really messing up, and they're really sealing the deal on this guy. So shout out to these detectives. They're really sealing the deal on him, right? He just said that the clothes that he wore the day that he was with Teresa is back at the house, right? He said when he went to go play basketball, he changed his clothes. And then he said after playing basketball, he changed his clothes. Now remember, the ones who was here earlier, remember he said that he got those scratches playing basketball, right? So that means a little blood, a little DNA and all that stuff should be on those basketball clothes. If they go and inspect his house and get those clothes, right? And they find DNA on the clothes that he wore when he was with Teresa, or even the lake water, like he acts like they can't test to see if if there's lake water on it. This is only depends if he didn't wash those clothes right away. But if he let those clothes dry wet, the lake water, they can match whether if it's the same lake, right? They can match that. But if there's any DNA or her DNA or blood on those clothes that he's with Teresa, and no DNA, no blood or anything on his basketball clothes, then that shows that he's lying and that you didn't get those scratches from playing basketball. That's just plain and simple. But they're really cooking him right now because he's not realizing it. He's just saying anything that he feels that it makes sense. He knows that he's kind of done for. He does, but he's still trying to, he's trying to hold it on a little bit that, he doesn't know what's happening and that his friend is a liar and I'll have to speak to him about that. No, they're not going to let you go. They're not going to let you go. If they have evidence that you're aggressive or abusive, whether if it was Teresa or anyone else, you are a danger to society. Why would they let you out for you to go confront this person that you said that just lied on you about a murder? That would be putting that guy's life in danger, wouldn't it? You're not going anywhere, buddy. Sorry, it's not happening. Forensics got you. If it's there, they'll find it. Right. He washed a t-shirt from the day before. He looks so guilty just sitting there. He does. All right, let's go on. We're almost there, guys. Thanks for rocking out with me.
White t-shirt?
Yeah.
And like shorts or what?
Yeah.
What about shoes?
The blue Sperry's. I wasn't able to bring them. I think I kind of got pulled out of Kaz's house a little too quick. I wish I would have put more clothes on, but yeah.
So you have shoes at Kaz's house, blue Sperry's?
Yes.
That's what you wore yesterday too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were balling in Sperry's?
And that's why I think I rolled the ankle.
Man, there's no Sperry's. They got no ankle support, man.
No, I know that, and I have high top shoes. I just forgot to grab them, so I just wanted to play basketball.
And you said Terrell took you back home? What kind of car does Terrell have?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't pay attention to cars like that. I want to say like a gold Honda or something.
Gold Honda.
So, and just one more time, clarify, the clothes that you have on now are not the same clothes you had on when you were with Teresa yesterday?
No.
Okay, where are those clothes? At your parents'?
I would have
Thank you,
already washed
Flower.
them.
I
Yeah.
truly appreciate the compliment. Thank you so much.
But are they at Kaz's house now because your parents pretty much packed up all your stuff, right?
Mm.
Or your clothes still may be in the washing machine or something at your parents' house?
Something of that sort. I don't know exactly where those clothes are. If you want me to, I can.
Did you take a bunch of stuff to you when you went to Kaz's? Like, did you take all your belongings like you were moving to Kaz's? Okay. Did that include like a...
So I'm wondering, is this the second day? Or was he already moved at Kaz's house before they interviewed him? Because remember, he has a blanket and stuff, and he was sitting in there for a while, so it doesn't look like he went home. So I'm thinking that he was already put out of his parents' house before he was brought in for the interview. That means that once Teresa came up found in the river, his parents didn't want anything to do with him. His mother said, "You are not welcome here." They was like, "Absolutely not." They know, because they know the dynamics of your relationship. You used to argue. Y'all had very bad arguments. You probably argued in the house. Your mother probably have heard you argue with her, or probably heard you call her out her name, probably heard you threaten her before. And now, supposedly, she was there, y'all argued, y'all walked out the house arguing, and then now she's ended up in the river. No, your mom don't want you at her house. Absolutely not. You're not setting one foot in that damn house. So you had to hurry up and get your stuff or get whatever you wanted to get and put it at Kaz's house. But I'm sure he left the clothes that he used to unalive Teresa, he left it at his parents' house. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he didn't bring it with him. I'm sure he did. Sean said, we love it here. Appreciate you doing this for us. I also enjoy the chat, our regulars and the ones that visit. Thank you so much, Sean. I truly appreciate you too. You're a blessing to be here. Swan said, you don't know where your clothes are? Right. He knows where his clothes is. But he's trying to say that through the transition of leaving his mom's house and going to this Kaz person's house, he might not know where the clothes are. Those clothes can be anywhere. They could have been lost in transition, right? Yeah. He's still fighting.
Bag of clothing or suitcase. Okay. So as far as you know, any of your clothing or anything you have, shoes, clothing, should all be at Kaz's.
Right.
Okay. Do you have other shoes besides the Blue Sperry's?
Yeah, I have some black Nikes.
Okay. What you were wearing Blue Sperry's when you went up to the park to play ball.
Right.
Like slam ball, basically. It looks like the whole thing. Why not wear the black Nikes then to ball?
That was the plan, but once I got on the court, I was just like, all right, let's play.
Okay.
You didn't wear your black Nikes because your black Nikes got lake water on it. You didn't wear any form of basketball shoes to go play basketball because you used those when you did this crime. So those shoes, those sneakers are soaked and wet. They're still not dry now. So you had to go put on the Jerry's to go play basketball. Is very simple. There's a reason why you didn't wear those shoes. If those shoes was ready to go, listen, putting on Nikes would have been far better than putting on some Jerry's, okay? Nikes are a sneaker. It's a sneaker shoe, you know? They have, like, come on, like, seriously. If you didn't have any high tops, okay, whatever. A lot of people don't wear high tops anymore. This is not the 80s, right? This is not the 80s and the early 90s. A lot of people are not putting on high tops unless there are actual professional basketball players. But you admitted yourself that you don't even play basketball like that. You just today, out of all days, when your girl missing and she haven't called you to let you know that she got home, you decide, you know what? I'm pissed off. I'm going to go play some basketball.
So you went to go, knowing you were going to go play basketball at the park, you left your house with the Sperry's on, not with the Nikes?
Oh my God, what is this like? Okay,
Right, your story's hey, look, man, your story's got a lot of holes. I mean, that's just being honest with you, you know? And you can't explain it.
Yeah, and it's our job to...
Okay, I understand. I've tried everything I can with you guys. If there's anything else, more related to Teresa and helping her out, I would love to talk about it.
That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
We're trying to get you to help us find Teresa.
Okay, no,
you were the last person that saw her.
Right, okay. No,
you were the last person that
I don't understand why I didn't make sure that I wore the high top Nikes instead of the Sperry's, and it cost me my ankle, and and that's how we live and we learn. And
but you understand, we're gonna come at you.
No, I
very careful because you're the last person.
Oh, that make it even worse. So the Nikes that you have were high top black Nikes. So you literally had the sneakers that you're supposed to be playing basketball in. And the day that you decided that you wanted to go play basketball, you go and pick non-playing basketball sneakers to wear. Like, seriously, come on now. Come on. Were you high then? Was you high then? That's you just like, oh, I just feel like wearing my Jerry's. Like, come on, like that doesn't even make any sense. It just hit the fan and splattered on the wall. Yeah. And he's feeling the pressure now because, like I said, it doesn't make any sense. You have high top sneakers to play basketball and you don't choose those sneakers. You choose ones that can break your ankles. Or you could twist your ankle because it's not the proper shoe to wear to play basketball. So why didn't you wear your Nikes? And then now I would ask him, well, where are your Nikes at? Can we get your Nikes? Can we get your Nikes? Can we touch your Nikes? I'm telling you, those Nikes are soaked and wet. soaking wet. He's now going to have to explain once they do get the Nikes, why is your Nikes soaking wet? Did you wear them yesterday? I thought you said you wore your Jerry's. And you just put your Jerry's back on. Why are they wet? I mean, if he was smart, but we know he's not smart, I would say I just washed them. But let's go on. Let's go on. Let's see. Oh, don't worry about it, Miss Joanne. Don't worry about it. She said, I just had to step out, but I just read Flowers and Sean's comment, and I agree with both of them. Also, don't let anyone make you anything different from what and who you are right now. If you say, ask them. I agree. Let's go on. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done.
Person that no, and I can respect that and totally understand that. Yeah.
So if you don't know why, consistent, label it whatever you label it, but the evidence is there that some of the stuff you told us when we started our conversation, right, is not.
Even if he still has,
it's just not true.
I'm sure that happens a lot with this type of situation.
Well,
it's so hard to recall things.
Sometimes when there's weeks in
don't
between,
worry
it's
about
not
it, Miss
just
Joanne. It's okay.
At the time we started talking
They're
to
gonna
you,
come in and say anything anyway.
12 hours in between this happening.
I appreciate you.
I mean, I'm sleep deprived now at this point. I've been kept in a room. I've been able to get sleep. It's been rough on me. If you guys want to do this again on another day, then maybe I can do it for you. But at this point, I'm done.
Are you worried about Teresa? I mean, do you think there's legit something wrong with her? Or you think she's just out there shacked up somewhere?
I'm praying that she's shacked up somewhere.
As you know, tragically, Teresa wasn't just hiding out somewhere. Just 2 days after this interrogation, Teresa's body was located in the Sutton Lake subdivision along a pond. Her body had been covered in branches and debris in an attempt to conceal her. In March of 2022, North was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. At trial, he pleaded guilty to killing her in exchange for 30 years in prison, followed by 10 years probation. He is set to be released in 2051.
So that was really interesting. That guy, he was the worst. He was a horrible liar. His alibi had been broken down bits by bits by bits. And the longer the interrogation goes, the longer he couldn't keep up with his lies, the longer he got filled with anxiety. He started telling on himself. I think that he should have gotten more. 30 years, I mean, that's some time, but I think he should have definitely got more. 10 years probation. So he's up for parole in 2051. I don't know, that's a little bit too early for me, but hey, whatever. But I did, prayers to that poor girl, and it's shameful that he really tried to defame her and destroy her character to hide the fact that he's a jealous human being who can't control his anger. And I think that whole thing was just wicked and sad, really wicked and sad. Let's see. All right, good folks. Oh, hi, We Unlock. How are you doing? Thank you so much for coming. Truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, good folks. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with me for this long. We have hit the end of the last cases. I truly appreciate you as always. Listen, I will give you the new notification when I'm available to come back with more cases. Thanks to the ones who gave me a couple of cases to look up and review and see if they're a fit for this channel. Truly appreciate you all. Make sure you're hitting the like button for me. If you haven't done it already, just, help the channel, keep me up in the algorithm. Share this out to anyone who likes these type of immersive type of conversations where we go over cases and review it and understand the pathology of some of these individuals and why they get themselves in the situation that they do get themselves in, and understand somewhat of the pathology of the detectives and why they take certain routes with certain individual. And I hope you really do appreciate all that I bring to this channel. And I just appreciate the ones who rock out with me for long or just rock out with me in general. Truly appreciate you. So again, I will give you the notification as early as possible when I come live again. So just look on that and I will see you later. Talk to you later, everyone. Have a good Monday.